got today and tomorrow off. I also got October 5th off, which is pretty exciting if I do say so myself. So, thank you to the Jewish people for having holidays. All I know is they are Jewish holidays, so I gotta thank the Jewish, right? Anyways, so, yeah, also if you read on Discord, I ordered food, but it's still not here yet. It was supposed to be here, like, 10 minutes ago. I'm serious, but it's supposed to, but according to Grubhub, which is my choice of app, it's supposed to be here in 10 minutes. And I don't want to just be like, randomly being like, oh, I did the big part of the investigation, and now I has to get them. And now I has to get the big, and then I have to stop it because I have to go get my food. So, I'm gonna try to, like, you know, talk about things until my food gets here, and then I'm gonna take a break while I eat some of it. But I'm not gonna eat all of it. I'm gonna continue trying to mention on it for a bit during the stream, because we're gonna be here a long time, as you guys could probably. So yeah, so I want to talk to you guys about something. So, it's announced on Twitter, but I am going to be participating in the BT Ravine this year. It's something started by, hold on, name again? By, okay, it does help to not have stream mode enabled. By Shanyong. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but and as well as Trezega Dundragon. Or yeah, definitely not pronouncing that right. But those two awesome people who are doing BT Ravine. It's gonna be a bunch of collabs, and we're doing a Minecraft server, which is gonna be fun. And I'm definitely gonna be streaming on that, probably over weekends and stuff. So I'm really excited to be a part of BT Ravine. So look forward to lots of fun times for the month of October. My original plan was, I was so excited for this too, because I didn't have anything like, oh my gosh, I'm starting a new game that we could totally make a Halloween theme, because like a psychological horror like Doki Doki, like we had this last year with Doki Doki October. But we don't have that, because we're right now investigating murders in the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Yeah! Hooray for murder! Actually, we shouldn't be like, hooray for murder, because it was the murder of my favorite character in the game. So yeah. I should put the stream remote back on this note, because we don't hear anything on that. So, and I'm not worried about that kind of stuff either, so. And then, okay, so then the other thing is, you know, after, you know, that's all, that's basically gonna be October, so. October is definitely gonna be the head of, it's gonna be kind of focused on our BT Ravine events, and, you know, I'll still be doing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles when I can, when I'm not that tired from work. So we might be putting less emphasis on the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles until I am done with this overtime. So, and putting more focus on BT Ravine, especially coming not this week but next week is definitely when we're going to go hard. I might definitely go with the hardest, but yeah, just so you know, that is something. But now let's talk about November. Now, the only really big thing we have for November is Extra Life. Extra Life, as you know, is a charity. Oh, my food's here! Okay, so anyways, let's talk about VTuber. Well, let's talk about Extra Life. So I have been starting to come up with some goals and the stream, etc. So just make sure to keep up on, keep an eye out on on Twitter and Discord for any update infos, because I will definitely be making a graphics for both milestones and schedule for it, which I'm really excited for. I'm super pumped for Extra Life this year, not gonna lie. It's gonna be so much fun. There's just one thing I'm gonna be probably doing than most other people. And that is that I'm gonna be starting earlier than most people. Because Extra Life game days usually typically starts at 8. I'm probably gonna be starting at 6 a.m. I mean, I'm used to waking. That might change though, depending if I am working that weekend, because that definitely does factor into anything. If I am streaming, then well, things might be a little different. But are you also gonna be like, oh, is that an excuse of why you're also is also why you are doing all these long ass streams to prepare yourself for streaming a long time period? No, I just really wanted to make sure I wasn't too far behind on the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, and that if I did have to take a long break from it, that I'm not in between a chapter. I'm not in between chapters, and that I am indeed at a point where it's just like I can take a break because I'm in between episodes. So that's kind of why it's a big thing today. And you know what this feels like too? It feels like remember last year in November when I basically did all of episode 5 of Ace Attorney in one episode, when I did Rise from the Ashes all in one episode, because I was just like, well, I'm taking a hiatus in December because of the work schedule there. So yeah, so my stream schedule may not be as tight as it used to be, but once overtime is kind of over, big overtime stuff is over, it's gonna be a little better. I hope. Hopefully, I don't have to work so many Saturdays, so that's a good thing. But anyways, like I said, my food's here, so we'll be right back. Sorry about the food theory. So, yeah. Anyways, I guess that's avoiding. We talked long enough and, been avoiding things none all the less. I think it's just time we get back into our investigation. It's high time we do. Continue! Yes. Alright, let's do this. 9th January. First class cabin, passenger way. I wish we haven't been thrown out just like that. I wish we'd managed to find some clue of what that speckled band might be. We didn't manage to investigate at all. I mean, you figured out the true identity of your cap, if you're the person next door, that's something. I imagine. That we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us. If it's to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh, sorry. I meant to say, great detective. Oh, yes! He's completely disappeared. Wait. Which detective? We know two. We know Sholmes and we know Hospital. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrist. Do we want to examine things? I think mostly it's going to be the same as before. Let's see. Yep. Just a second. Things that can be a little weird sometimes. I really wish we had the chance to look around Miss Pavele's cabin. Struggle now? What? Why do you look like that? You want something? Maybe. You want me to throw you out again? Can you just shove me right overboard, please? With those big muscly arms of yours. Oh, no, definitely not that. Nope, not in the slightest. Next time I have to throw you out, I show you where lobsters spend winter. Understand? Does that mean you'd throw us overboard? Understood! Yep, definitely understand! Maybe I should steer clear of him until he's forgotten my face. I don't think he's ever forget your face now. Like, you can read my mind! That book on the top of the table is really huge. There is really huge. There's a pen with it too. Yes, I'm sure that's the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? The writing is so neat and precisely. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. Anyways, look here. Last night log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. Time code leads to the second class area. It's locked. I can't open it. Shit, that was my chance out of here! No, well, that stands to Cafe is still investigating in here. Yes, on that subject. I wonder if Inspector Haskina is unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruto-san? Alright! I'm allowed to go full Godo on him! Yes! Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of his cabin to investigate? I thought we're on the same page here, but, the whole, me going full Godo on him, but, it's fine. He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Why the hell would he do that? I'm just some stupid guy who's a stowaway. Oh, yeah. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. Anything, just new? I never even talked about this! Saiki, the Japanese word for justice. The brushstrokes are straight and true, just like Asuma. Yes, his calligraphy was always a reflection of his heart. Yet you, can you really look into those characters without feeling shame? Knowing who drew them so thoughtfully? Of course I can! I'm more sad than anyone here! I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to? Even though you stowed away on this ship, it was his idea! Now you're going to bring that up, are you? I can't win! So it's clear that the letters were written with ink were somehow spilled on the floor, and they spelled in the Russian word for wardrobe. It does seem to be an ambiguous pointer to you, Naruto-san, as if you were sleeping in there. But to be truly ambiguous, it should have just spelled out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. I tried to imagine that Kazuma-san would have had written his last words, or word, in Russian. Which begs the question of who did write it. This is where Kazuma spent his fun moments, writing his diary. 1:30 a.m. I can hear the feet whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. It looks some sort of special band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Looking at his writing here on this page, it's almost impossible to believe that he's gone. Kazuma-san left a valuable clue in these words. I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruto-san. We will! Only because I need to prove my innocence! You! Where did you go? Ask the other sailor! Oh, sorry, I just went to the next door cabin to investigate. Why? Who gave you permission for this? Why, you did, sir. And I am definitely not trying to pull a Jedi mind trick on you right now. Inspector, Seaman Haskina did. That new Japanese wasn't. Later, I will roll him into a ball and throw him into Cold Room. Phew! He's gone back to guarding the door. I hope Inspector Haskina doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a real stick at La Cabina. That could be a very long time from now, Naruto-san. Alright, let's talk to Hasuna. Oh no! Ah, you're back. Inspector! What happened to you? Your face is toss me overboard. What? Well, let's see. Let's be glad the overboard thing didn't happen yet. But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. Looks like he wasn't joking when he said to lay his life on the line that he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little more about our neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Oh! I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. Yes! Thank you! Thank you for saying claiming to me! You're the better detective! I think his name was something like Herlock Sholmes. I don't think he was German. That explains it. Shall we compare notes then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. What? Nicola Pavarotti? She's in the cabin next door? Oh, do you know who she is? Please! What self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? You know, I see Hazuka as a ballet fan. You really should go get that checked out by a doctor. I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us our neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least. Objection! Oh, how? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Do we need to bring up Jezebel? Do we need to bring up Dahlia Harstorm? They were considered angels to people, but they're fucking devils! Now I definitely upset him. Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. There's one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please. What is the new information you have, Inspector? It's this. The burial medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh, Casima's post-mortem reports. I was hoping I wouldn't have to see this. Not until the trial, at least. Casima's So, what's the cause of death? Damage to the severe vertebrae is what's written in the report. His neck was broken? Yes, it would seem so. There's no obvious wounds or gun signs or other signs of injury. So at first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in the system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found yet. The fact that there is no sense of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see. All the body's nerves runs through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could cause induced death. It's a possibility, and there's no obvious wounds to be left for Cosima. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes. It's fine. I trust you. Thanks, Hatsuna. I think you're the only one who does. After all, if I didn't trust you, I never would agree to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? That is true. Ah. Okay, let's talk about Sholmes for a bit. Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here? Was he? Yes, he seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish! That's all he said. Shoe polish? Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. Right over, when he was right over there, by the piece of broken glass, you see? Ah! Perhaps he was talking about the brick-colored mark, don't you think? Do you think? Ah, yes, that must be it. But how can Mr. Shelton know it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Sato-san? Well, Sato-san was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? Sort of brownish red then. Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh, does this mean that this mark was made on by the polish on Cosmo's shoe as they scuffed on the floor? The marks on the floor has been entered into the court record. That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmates' eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you. Poor Inspector. You look exhausted. Oh, no. Well, get some rest, you fucking asshole. I feel terrible that I failed to protect the Agaowi-san. It was my responsibility. Yeah, you should feel guilty about that, huh? Sorry. He basically let me take full responsibility. He let me basically go full Godot on him, and I'm dedicated to the bit now. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. I'm the one convicted of the murder! So what the hell? I should be feeling the most pain here! The truth is, I seem to have a heavy head ever since I woke up this morning. A heavy head ever since I woke up this morning. That's interesting, because I can't remember anything after dinner last night. A heavy head? That's interesting. My head is still throbbing, too. Oh, there must be more here. New. So this ventilator joins to Miss Pavela's cabin. Yes, that's right. Lola we've been able to shed some light on. She seems to be pathed as we are. Yes. I wonder if she's telling us everything now. I'm not sure. I know most people aboard would say the same thing about me, but there's something about that woman that just doesn't sit right with me. All the pork provided for the passengers occupied this cabin and neatly arranged on the shelf. Thanks out the sun. They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. Oh yes, and you tidied them up, didn't you? You have to look at the ship's you have to look after the ship's priority. Unruly behavior in the cabin leaves damage. But it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyways, I feel much better now that they are neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy. Then why didn't you, tidy them up in Miss Pavela's room as well? These are the rules of passage for travel aboard on the SS Boreal. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly prohibited. So by bringing her pet on board, Miss Corvelia has broken the rules. Cosma also has broken a rule by bringing a fucking sword on board. She called it her friend, didn't she? Yes, although we don't know what form a friend takes as yet. I'm also certain that whatever it is hiding inside the traveling case in the cabin. A friend. There's more to this than it seems, I think. I think we got everything. So, because we'll have to go back out. Ugh, all the Russian names are impossible to remember and pronounce. La 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 la. Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. La 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 la. I did the great detective way. This caroling. I know that larking voice. Lark-like voice. Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavelia's cabin while we can and investigate. Definitely, but before that, before that, Papalia isn't back yet. Satsuko-san? Oh, where is she gone? Hey! What are you doing? Those are her private things! Is that a moment to waste another time? We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right. For Cosmo's sake. Not just for Cosmo. Mm-mm. Bullshit, you bring me into this. It's just for Cosmo. What do you mean? It can't be long until we revive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? So you believe me now? You believe that I didn't murder my best friend now? Thank you. We must solve this case, Nanado-san. By ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. And if not, I'll defend myself in court! Nanado-san, are you there? Sorry, I'm right here. Yes, why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. So let's look. God damn it, Sato-san! That is good, Sato! Believe me, I don't have some kind of strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe, but I see you now. Well, anyways, I'm not sure anyone can fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all straight stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Povilia's friend hiding in here, but no such luck. Oh. The cabin door has the same simple sort of bolt latch that our cabin door has. If the bolts still are thrown across, there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from the outside. Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't have to slide across on its own accord, would it? No, and the door is made out of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to bolts from the outside. And it's sealed up perfectly, too. Stop any seawater. So you couldn't use the message you told me of passing a thread through the crack around the closed door either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. But I didn't do it, I swear! Ah, yes, they display it in this cabin too. Look, the SS Borealis rules the passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous weapons in the cabin. Perhaps are also strictly forbidden. I suppose Miss Povia realized that she needed to keep some contents in her case secret for after she read that. Her special friend, I mean. I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. It's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hope Seaman strong enough doesn't find it and throw it overboard. It doesn't sound like something you do. Oh, yes. So do I. All of the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one. Do you think it's a sea of the god of the sea? Perhaps he toppled it over too. No, it's exactly the same bookcase next door. In Cosmo's right then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage. I was in a wardrobe! Not everything bad happens to the ship is because of me, you know. Well, anyways, I set them all straight again in here too. I don't like seeing things disarray. Oh my! Miss Popiola's case is open. It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals on board the SS Barbara. I wonder what kind of animals she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? There's just a few books on the desk, nothing else by the looks. Well, Miss Popiola only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. That's true. I wonder what kind of book she's like to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Polvia enjoys reading books written in Russian. No! Really? Really? No! Really? No! It's so weird. A Russian likes to read in Russian? So weird. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people not to son. Kindly remember that. Yes, ma'am. I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately. Ah! Do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? What? A leak? This is a ship. Quite safe. I'm sure that even if a little leak in the roof, it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? It would seem that this teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion that the Russians are a very thirsty people. Or, because Miss Porphyria only came to the cabin last night, she hadn't a chance to make any tea yet. Or maybe it's both. She only made one. I mean, it could be either. Definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'll lay 1,000 to 1 on it. I'm gonna go with Renowska here. Russians, speak up in chat. Are you thirsty? You're rather obstinate, aren't you? Not a Dosa. So this is the ventilator connects to Cosmos to the cabin next door. Yes, although what a fool of a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Ah, maybe. It's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupants of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins die of gas poisoning. Shut up, Satsan! My logic is fair. tear apart anything else we have in here. Okay. Far and Eastern. Okay. Okay, so they're not deliberately saying he's Japanese. Okay, so now thanks for confusing Sholmes. Time of death between 1 a.m. and a little past 2 a.m. Cause of death occurred causing insect to the next one. The victim's neck was ultimately certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area. No obvious injuries or a trace of poison. Not many things we can just... Miss Puffy's cabin. This could be our chance. What? The burly sailor doesn't appear to be around at the moment. We could investigate every last inch of that cabin. Not sure if we're going to go that far. But we could certainly do without looking around more. Surely we could learn something. There's gotta be something we missed then. Yeah, I think we found out what we were missing. Hello, Sholmes! Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes. Look. Wow, you never knew he was going to turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he thinks to himself. La 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 la. I did it the great detective way! He's still sticking. You think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply extremely high in spirits? Yes, there were times I'm sure you knew when the yard a bit more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it was lucky her luck was about. Excuse me? Sholmes? I solved it all and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way! I swear I'm actually really good at singing. I just don't have a melody to go off of right now. Mr. Sholmes! Sorry for breaking anyone's mic. Ah! What was it? You want to fight him? Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing and I just came to reach the climactic finish? Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now as good a time as any. I nearly dropped to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. Now could you put those fists away? Mr. Sholmes? You seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in the study of the ship's log, as penned by exactly built crewmen usually are in guide here. Isn't it such beautiful handwriting? I mean, strong shaw? That wasn't even fucking close, but I'm making a joke here. I know it's strong enough, but shush, go with me here. Oh, yes, the ship's log. And did you find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. means that there's nothing to report. Nothing of note, so... You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it, ha 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 ha! Ah, so you do understand that I'm Japanese! Thank you! Thank you for finally realizing that I'm fucking Japanese! Sorry? Mommy? I'm kidding. Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Huh? Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Observe the other pages, and it all shall become clear. It would seem that the same crewman of Sans Certainty in this first class passed today, and he was almost religious to practicing recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he read that in every 30 minutes? Nothing to report. Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean? Yes, there was some circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post. Which kind of circumstances? What happened? That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it just caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribbling nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship. You must log the ship's logs in your mental file. Now that deduction is worthy of a great detective. It's like the greatest notes. The greatest thing Sholmes has done. Ah, you're starting to understand that my way is, I see, it makes Sholmes, brilliant. Oh, ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with throbbing head this morning for some reason, nothing more. Same with myself and same with Hoskina. Why is everyone's head throbbing? Sato? Does your head throb? Is your head throbbing too? Well, my friends, until our next encounter. In the courtroom, probably. I'm kidding. He's still singing to himself. I can hear it while he wanders down the passageway. Is something wrong, Sato-san? You seem lost in thought. It's just... well, I feel the same. Oh god, your head throbs too? Why is everyone's head throbbing? Sorry? Ever since I woke this morning, I had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too? Why is everyone's head throbbing? That's so weird. Okay. Put back like we avoided a collision. I think, yes, the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness! What about you, Natsusa-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello? Is anyone in there? Shout if you need assistance! Oh, that sounds like Professor Hoskina. Is that you in there, Natsusa-san? Unbolt the door quickly! What? The bolt? Look at that. The door is bolted. Did you do that, Satsu-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... And look at all the books. They're just like they were before again. Natsusa-san, are you going to open the door and let the inspector in? I better tidy this place up first. They're gonna think I did another murder. Our violent emergency stop has solved one mystery, at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew all that would awaited us on the other side of that cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around and tidied the cabin with a scene forbidding in my heart. To be continued. So, we're going to save our progress, and wait for some music. Somehow the doors to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Satsusa-san looked, took a deep breath, and gently slid back the door bolt. Okay, so now we're going to take our BRB. So make sure to get up and go to the bathroom and do all the things you need to do. we're back from our little recess. Okay, so let's get back into this investigation. You, what are you doing, Miss Bolia's quarters? You both look unhurt. Good. Less can be said about you, Asuna. Yes, we're fine. Thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to have to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. False report? Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have saw he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm. That's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming, crews are running everywhere. This first class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm. Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? Ah! You wicked intruder, all dressed in black. You are the devil. It wasn't me. Sorry? Me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is the first. You opened my traveling case. How could you? It was open when I got in here. What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Povia. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector. Yes? Arrest this man. I know he did it. Someone stole her friend. And it wasn't me, I swear. It was probably someone dressed like me. He's a criminal. Not even that. It's not that he has killed the man. The man was my best friend. How could you accuse me of something? Stop! And he's a stowaway as well. As victim promised not to steal chicken, do you believe? First of all, the victim was the reason I was a stowaway. He's the one who insisted I become a stowaway. He doesn't like chicken, so I ate the chicken. Yes, and the victim also doesn't like chicken, as if we recall from last time. And so therefore, I ate the chicken. Ugh. I mean, how can I be arrested? I already was arrested, Nicola. Take him away. He's a trespasser as well as everything else. Stowing away, trespassing, killing. He's right. You are a devil. It doesn't look good, does it? There's this cell below dock. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police. Wait, a cell? I can't investigate if that's the case. I'm a lawyer! Okay, I will be a lawyer! Please, Inspector Haskina, is there really nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I gotta find a solution. I'm a lawyer. I must investigate. Immediately. I can't even leave. I was gonna be like, run for the door! I just need to keep calm and focus on the task at hand, which is investigation. Don't touch my sink! You want me to throw you in the cross-show happiness? Hiya! Thanks, I needed that one, son. Mr. Stonado, what do you think you're doing? Wow, everyone's attacking me. I was just a one who can help me out with this mess? Let's think about this. The only person who can is probably Nicolette. I have to convince her that I'm not a criminal. Because, let's face it, Sharkanoff isn't going to believe a word I say. I need your great detective work! Or great in quotation marks! You got yourself in a difficult situation here. Are you sure there's nothing you can do? Entering this cabin uninvited, I mean. I didn't expect this to happen, Haskina. Sorry. I was just so desperate to find a clue. I'm afraid there's really nothing more I can do to help you. If I push my luck any farther, a punch to the face will be the least of my worries. What happened to throw your life on the line for me? Haskina! But you trusted me. You really did kill Kazuma. How could you? I'm really sorry. I have to take responsibility for giving you the freedom to investigate Ms. Pavilia's cabin. Now this has happened. I'll have to report to the captain at once. I really need some help here. I need a savior to rescue me from this crisis. He's not gonna listen to a word I say, but please, just give me a little more time. I may not be able to prove it, but I'm gonna be a great lawyer. I'm gonna be an ace attorney, as you may say. I do nothing for you. Except show you the way to the ship's prison cell. Ugh, thanks, but no thanks. And I'm innocent! I didn't kill anyone! And trespassing and stowing away? Okay, yeah, sure, I did those stuff. But it was in the name for justice! Okay, maybe not the stowaway part, but definitely the trespassing. The trespassing was definitely in the name of justice. 100%. Well, you know, sometimes life can lead you down some unusual venues, and well... Enough! You are guilty! Ship's cell only place for you. Are you sure? I could think of a lot of different places. You could turn me back into wardrobe. I'd be happy with that. Come on! There has to be someone. Some savior who can rescue me from this crisis. Please, Nicolette. Miss Popula, can I get out? Listen, I'm sorry that we snuck in here without your permission, but get out now. We just needed to investigate here to help understand what happened. I'm gonna assume that means get out, but I'm gonna have to translate this. Sorry guys, I have to translate something, even though I'm pretty sure I know it means get out. Oh, it means goodbye, actually. Ugh, it's no use. She's not going to listen. I need to find someone who will. What the fuck are you doing, Sean? What the? What are you doing up there? Mr. Shoves! Naturally, I was analyzing the weight of the 20,000 rubles feels on one's head. He's the criminal! He stole the tiara! Have I not told you as a detective it's my business to know what other people do not? Is it a mere tomfoolery, my boy? No! Well, why were you hanging from that hook before then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles naturally. I wish to determine if it was bent to conceited looking on the wall, full of pain, the brag and bounce. I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. Ah, you again. The great detective. Ah, Inspector. I confess, I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me. You might try looking for me elsewhere other than the hook from on the wall next. What does the report speak? An urgent report from the great detective can mean one but one thing. Yes, the case of curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel on the steamship Bavaria has been solved by me, naturally. What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanation exists. So allow me to illuminate all your minds. Oh god, it's gonna be another detection. I'm about to reveal my greatest detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Oh great, another one. Ha! You have solved it. And even Hedgehog understand this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing student boys this morning when we found the criminal in wardrobe. It is the stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. Despite having such beautiful handwriting, Stroganoff, your deduction reasonings are very poor. I didn't do it! The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who has killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted from the inside. That means the culprit must have been someone who was inside the cabin. Yes, it was called a locked room mystery in detective stories. Stop! Locked room! At this point! The room was locked? Well, I can't deny that. There was no way the bolt could have been drawn across on the outside of the cabin. You're all quite mistaken. The cabin next door? It's not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there's another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit to gain access to the cabin, despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why? It's the gate open mass that you... Why? It's gates open mass that you even as we speak. The ventilator, man! The ventilator? Oh, please tell me that Nicolette did not murder. You think this is funny? I can't even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arm is as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening? It's not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean? Are you referring to the words Kazuma-san wrote in his diary? 1:30 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band dangling from the ventilator grill. Precisely, my dear madam. But what does that mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to this particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There is a distant element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What am I about to expose? For all you is to see will shock you to your very core. Behold! Ah! Ah! What the? I knew it was a snake. I fucking knew it was a snake. Allow me to introduce you all to the band. The Speckled Band! A snake? Indubitably. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Hurry, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? We're about to bust this whole man's deduction. Yes, you're right. I think in this case, you'd rather have to call it the Striped Band, wouldn't you? we just busted this whole man's deduction. You both see an absurd with destruction. But, however, do you not think this is precisely the trap in which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap? How exactly? I think perhaps it's time I explain the inconsistencies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlio? I'm sorry for the young man's dead. But that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. The whole thing has nothing to do with me. There's two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one, last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two, the same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. Objection! I don't think it is the Speckled Band. No. She turned white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes must be right. He hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Gowie? Yeah, but I'm going to stop on you, Mr. Hoskino, because you took full responsibility of it, so you must prepare for me to go a whole 100% go on you for the rest of this game. Uh, want to say something, Shaguna? Looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. I would advise a little more moment to possibility, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in that. So everyone, let us begin. Wait! Is that what Shom thinks? He thinks that the snake poisoned? The snake poisoned Cosmo? Objection! There was no trace of external injury or poison! So, ha! Objection! That was an interesting taste of water there. Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reason as spectacular. Can you uncuff me so I can do my deduction correction afterwards? The Great Deduction. The game is afoot. Topic number 1. Intruder's identity. Ms. Flavia, moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. The whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarted with pain. And it was that very pain that evidences your extractable link to the victim's death. So we asked, what was the nature of his intruders that stole the victim's cabin in this perilous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with you, which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as expected, another grand tale of glance. Without a doubt, your friend is the withering serpent we see before us. And yet, the fact that leaves us quite in a canary. The victim was the written observation of the last night's question tales of speckled band. Thus the snake is definitely more stripy than speckled. Whereas C is regrettability. The specimen's markings do not fit the description in any way. What explanation can we give the Zen, pray? It was the sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night. No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to the coronary even now, hidden in your back. Yes, that's what you're trying. You're trying to, but failing to succeed. It can only be the snake's rough skin. Evidently, after the subtle or horrible crime, the most dear friend of yours shed its original skin, no? I don't know what you are talking about. Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered in the next door. I don't think that's how snakes work, Sholmes. I don't think when a snake sheds its skin, it becomes a different pattern. Oh, actually, hold on, let me look this up. Okay, I'm gonna have to use Google then on my phone. news that they can change colors, but nothing about changing their patterns. Okay. Hold on just a sec. Okay. Using the bell cord on the other side of the bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared that the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled bear. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it slugs its skin. Is that really something that can happen? Somebody who has snakes, let me know. A snake so dreadful that only we can imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. Beloved speckled snake. This is gonna be a fun one to listen to. Moving on, we have the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear that there is no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Objection! Also, it's that post-mortem. Wait. I don't think Shums knows about, has access to that yet. Hey! Halsna, do you mind quickly going and get a short copy of that? I need it for the court records. Now, if we take that as fact, which is not fact, I will correct you there, Shums. We can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of the death conclusively. There's almost, but not quite, an impeccable puncture wounds left by the venomous flames will seal the truth. Yes, the face of the snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. Probably, no, please, trust me. It is not your snake who murdered him. Your snake did not murder my friend. Your friend did not murder my friend. So let's be friends. There's no point in offending in ignorance, Miss Pavlov. After the incident, you endured to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding places you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's case in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moves periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside of that. You don't. It's telling that the victim made note of how whistling sound was that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound that you used to train your serpent friend. To train? Indeed. You put the serpent through this ventilator and waited. After a period, you summoned it back with a whistle. You couldn't have known if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. The victim appeared not to have been dispatched. You released the snake once more. Do you not deny the snake has undergone such training. It's not true. Having slithered through the ventilator and down the belt cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs once. Its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That's the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor man's life. There is a lot of correcting I need to do. Can someone take the handcuffs off me? I need to do some deduction corrections here. There can be no doubt my logic is unfathomable. Husband, can you take the handcuffs off real quick? I need to do some corrections here. Death by venomous snake. Bite. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of the speckled band. Yep. Can you guys let me get to my deduction corrections? Yes. Miss Pelvia has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There's only on the floor. You observe the saucer of milk, promise of food, and the key to training any creature. Incredible. You seem to be completely wrong. You solved the mystery. I'm reading this sarcastically because I'm assuming Renosuke is saying this sarcastically. Amazing. Your great deduction really lives up to its name. Now I see like Sherlock Holmes has become such a household name. My dear man. It was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But of course, what is on your mind? Do I have to show him the post-mortem report? It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions as to my methods, and all will be answered both loud and proudly. Oh, well, okay, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well-informed, Phantom. And reptiles, don't drink milk. Ah! It's really only mammals that drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter. No doubt Miss Pearlie used some other treats to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk is merely an example. The logic holds. Well, there's something else. Snakes have no ears. Ah! Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal a snake by whistling. But, madam, what are these tales of opera? Have you not heard of the snakes that dances to the sound of a flute? I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movement. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears? How could these creatures are so intelligent are basically practically useless? Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. There's one other thing. You have more? Yeah. Snakes use the scale on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake can manage to climb up a flat belly cord like these ones, these cabins. Then it should try harder! God damn it, Jones! Just let me do my deduction correction. It's fine. Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, you're completely wrong about snakes. Even if the snake has gone through ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there's a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have a part in this. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruto. Oh no, you don't mean... Oh yes, I want to, though! He was so wrong! Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions, and then turn them into great ones they ought to be. I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruto. Yes, right. So, cast eyes on your wrist again. How the fuck do you do this? What? You've done it again. Your handcuffs are gone. Where did they go? Fear not. I shall see they restore after our work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning particular, featuring the actual correct truth thanks to Mr. Renosuke Naruto, the student who will become a lawyer someday. Course correction! Hold it, Mr. Sholmes! Miss Povila, moments ago you claimed the following. This test has nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart is smart with pain. She does have pain expression on her face. Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-san's death is weighing heavily on her mind. But you're not sure that Mr. Shen has read her quite correctly. Is that? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then? Let's take a moment and really look closely at Miss Povila. Presents! Yes, when you recall those horrid events, the Claustraxus mark was pain. Indeed! A simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Puffield, did you in fact receive the scratch? Sometime last night. Oh! When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse. And that's the very pain, the evidence your extraction will link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of the intruders that solved the victim's cabin portrayals last night? Why, naturally, it was the friend which you courted this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I another telltale glance. Without a doubt, your friend is the withering serpent we see before us. It seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of the Miss Poville's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet, of which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? The true identity of her friend. What is the true identity of her friend? This friend of hers. We should follow her gaze, Mr. Naruto. That's where we'll find the answer. It's a kitty!
Yes!
Okay. You were looking over at the spring photograph frame, were you not, Miss Povilla? But let's not be distracted by the prince itself. Oh no! It's the friend that is your friend, isn't it? Because that so vigorously displays whatever you put inside. What precisely are you intending with that, Mr. Naruto? Just looking at the natural progression of deduction. Sometimes the truth hurts. Well, the truth is, you don't have a turn for observation. Did that hurt? Yes. A lot. Okay, so it's not... Okay, let's... Okay. The teapot was empty when we got around, so... I have a feeling that this was the teapot Miss Povilla's eyes flickered over to before. You think that's this friend she's been talking about? Well, we're all different, aren't we? Whatever we might say about it, that's the way she feels. I don't think I'll say anything about it then. You and the teapot can discuss it instead. Wait, that's not what I meant. Ah, look at that photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Povilla brought with her when she ran away. She's exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true, but personally, it's the little black feature she's holding on to that caught my eye. Maybe we better take a closer look at this. Little kitten!
Yes!
There we go. Without a doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes! The scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Ah! Sokka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Sokka would fear to be a Russian blue. And yet, that fact leaves us with a canary. The victims, the written observation of the night questioned tales of a speckled band. Where's these, regrettably? This specimen's marking does not fit the description in any way. Yes, I don't think we can mistake a cat for a snake. What explanations then can we give, pray? Was that sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to the crime there, even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that is what you're trying. It can only be a snake. Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. If she's just left it in her pocket, no one would ever known. Oh yes, ploys like that are Miss Shum's specialties. He's even so clever to force her into revealing something. I thought deduction was a specialty, or maybe making me believe it was a ploy too. Anyways, I find it hard to believe that the skin of a snake. In which way? Just what is Miss Popolia hiding behind her back? Well, it's a speckled and it's a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy. A long piece of cloth or something. And it looks like that's a handle on one. I think it may be a cat toy. So it's sort of common in the West, apparently. How's that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it around in front of them, and they pounce to catch it. Haha, that sounds positively adorable.
Yes!
Yes! Yes! The thing you are trying to, but failing to concede, is, a cat toy! Precisely! And the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. Ah! And this toy that you dangled to the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not have failed to notice. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. And here her free-line friend disappeared to the ventilator, become into the neighboring cabin. Miss Provo attempted to use the speckled cat toy to indicate the creatures to return. Ah. In summary, the nature of this friend, Miss Provo, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a Filstrom Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Daka. Yeah! A truly troublesome feline the young Daka is proven to be. She must be caged and once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Povia. Okay, thank you. It was after I gave her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the balcony. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Daka, she's so naughty. A beloved kitten named Daka. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear that there's no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstance of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. What Mr. Sholmes says is true. There was no sense of a wound or anywhere in Kazuma's son's body. That's right. But Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him that information he's missing now.
Yes!
In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem reports. Ah, yes, I knew it was one or the other. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal, which only Goros would be strong enough to survive that. Demon Strongman isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out, anyways. we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that the remains of evidence to affirm the scene of the crime. No, could that be? Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of conclusively. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something, someone. Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though. Presumably, Daka isn't secretly creeped up behind Kazuma, to deal him a final blow. I suppose. Is it possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly? It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that has broken his neck completely by accident. Oh yes! A bad fall could explain it. That's all I need to know. It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-san, though. He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could help us explain what happened? It has to be this, right?
Yes!
Yes. The examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. The particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Polish? Indeed. Positively identified by a little analysis device I have constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tail, and dye were my results. The undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Argawi's lace leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Argawi must have caught his foot at the point of the floor and tripped. Please, no. And by the dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck on something unmovable object as he fell on the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in an instant, he lost his life. No! I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Palville? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Argawi lost his life? Yes, the fact is the clear as the day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminated evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrayed the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. I don't believe it. Kazuma-san merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened. But, and if this is part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, and if this is part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction is right, Miss Povoli is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she asked her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be somewhere. Ah! Somebody appears to have dropped 20,000 rubles here. Hasn't been dropped, Naruto-san. It's been placed. I'm starting to sound like Mr. Sholmes. Oh god! I'm trying to sound like the Great Detective! This is where Miss Povia hid her friend. That's right. And it wasn't a snake after all. No, it was a little kitten she calls Daka. It's not that we're anywhere to be seen now. It all seems to have let itself out of the cave and gone exploring. I expect it wraps itself in some kind of... It wrapped itself around someone's head somewhere trying to make a new friend. Either that, or it's just scratching their hands into pieces. The point is, where has it got to? This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first class cabins have them. But Miss Povia only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in here yet. Oh. What's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. And I feel like there's been somewhere... I've seen it somewhere before. If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind is playing tricks on you.
Yes!
That's right, you hit that evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. Ah! Here's what we have, a fragment of some incredible glass object, or would it seem only the one that has familiar air in fact. Precisely, we found another piece of broken glass on the floor of Mr. Agawi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no. So, Mr. Pavla, shall we consider that what this tells us? Why would it be that the part of the glass object which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death should be found in a waste paper basket in your cabin? Yeah. You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? I don't know. Isn't that hush Russian accent of yours? Won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruto! Yes. The evidence that links Miss Porvilla and the glass bell, that would be... Oh, it's Daka's!
Yes!
If you look at the photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Daka's collar, is the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlon. The young man who lost his last night did so after a truly audacious fall. And the cause of that fatal stumble was your absolute my feline friend Daka. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Deduction complete. Elementary. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavillon? It was your best friend that your cat tripped. My best friend tripped over your best friend, and now my best friend's dead. So, tell us exactly what happened last night. It was after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Daka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People don't say cats become... People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast. She disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that's how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it. Yes. And I had the real rules on the rule. And I knew that I was not allowed to have Daka with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's perceptually real. It's a precaution, really. So I listened, trying to hear if anyone any noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet, so I suppose someone was in there. You must have been sleeping. So at that point, you thought it was safe to try to lure the kitten back again by dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator to the adjoining cabin. Daka always loved his toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using the favorite toy, and I tried wrestling to her softly. Nothing. She didn't return. So the faint whistling sound Cosmo wrote about in his diary with Miss Pavillon, trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have precisely to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out, then, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was total silence. Cosmo was... I'm still gonna blame you, Hoskna. I'm sorry. From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim slipping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Feria is a very large vessel, but even she can't pitch and roll violently without warning. Mr. Galley was really off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got hit under his feet. The combination of unfortunate factors could have easily caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Daka is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock him in a case, and now he's disappeared again. Gracious, that cat is enough for as restless as I am. Oh, he knows something about himself at least. When I woke this morning, I heard that young man in the cabin next to me had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. But scared that they would see me, send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right. Where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlon, then whose is it and where did it come from? What on earth is that dangerous creature doing on board this ship? Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Padre Chanel. What? What? That snake belongs to you? He escaped from cage when emergency sound alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect him to find him here. Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. Ha! We are here only for 1 year. You want to be so long without true friends, someone who understands. Didn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? What are all the Russians having animal friends? At least I came to be a stowaway for my human friend. But unfortunately, my human friend is the dead guy. But my dear burly fellow, a granulous venomous snake. Surely you can't appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Huh? Pastistro does not have venom. I'm gonna see if there's if I can get that from Russian. If it means anything in Russian, or it's just the name that they did. It's a food! Oh shit! Pastrokis are... And that's a Pastroki. I need Pastroki. No. Okay, so when I get that, I think it's supposed to be to the food. Or close to the food, Pastroki. He is harmless, very long, but very gentle. He adorable, like Granny. Russians are weird people. It's venomless? Yes. Now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. Once I feel him, you will see a big smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Ha! Like you say, milk. They milk chickens. Ridiculous. Snakes drink milk, only a stupid story. Hirashno eats mouse. Big, fat, rotten mouse. Ah. Oh. So, is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course. How else can I catch friends' favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like looking in their eyes. Looking in their eyes right now. It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a balcony, and it's not even venomous. How could the deuces? Something so intense play a staring role. It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My predecessor is nothing but this, and it has nothing to do with this incident. Where was it last night? So that's what happened. The truth behind my best friend's tragic death. He wasn't even murdered. Miss Pavla? I understand the difficult situation you have found yourself in, and it was sympathized. Please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. What are you talking about, Miss Makababa? What lies? Miss Pavia just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events, an accident. I object! That would be a great story if it wasn't for the Russian death note. According to Miss Pavlova's story, she would have had no access to Cosmo's room, period. So that means there's one thing mistaken for. And that's, hold on, this right here! This has never been explained! This right here has not been explained! And her story doesn't add up with that information! So I object! I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that it was not that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruto? To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavio's story. I'm sure of it. I just can't put my fingers on it. I was just talking about that! I'm so glad. Sholmes, surely you haven't forgotten about it. I confess. Holmes, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh. I'm only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruto, are simply a distraction. Wait, what? A distraction? I do hope you have not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Ah! Not again. When did you do that? Especially as they're only on your wrist as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next court call. You were Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. He's the reason I'm here. Was he not? Yes. Cosmo was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even. I owed him the reason I'm here right now. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruto. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavio's story, I'm sure. If I can chase down that, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died. about that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruto. So then, shall we begin? Yes! What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? That's what we must establish in this first instance. But we have already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident.
Hold it!
Wait! Just take a step back. Let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense that it doesn't make sense if that's what really happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Palvino's story here. The evidence is right here in Cosmo's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't be possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let's show our hands, Mr. Naruto. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves uncontroversially the victim was death, no mere accident. Here it is! The truth! It's clearly a record in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Gawi could have left this message on the floor. That's script. It's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The words written mean a wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language, Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. He was dying, Pablo! It's a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. Now, I do believe that my dearest friend was very capable of learning Russian, and he probably knew some Russian, not gonna lie, Miss Pavlina. But why would he be writing Russian when he was dying? That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There's no way that Mr. Gawi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why, it clearly explains here. A damage to the cerebral vertical resulting in instant death. Instant death. Ah! Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't have possibly written anything. Because he was already dead. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Gawi's cabin. A remnants of something that possibly couldn't have been there. And what Miss Pavia told us was true. What? So Satsu-san has something to that. Bringing the message from the floor side something to be way. Another piece of evidence proves there was no accident. In other words, it has to be this, right?
Yes!
This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that glass bell on the kitten had around its neck. We already knew all about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we we already have an satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there's a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? Is that really what happened? Then how did the one half of the bell end back up here in this cabin? Ah. Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in that wastepaper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Melville? Oh, no. Both pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Agawi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth. In order to cover up his or her own guilt. Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Agawi. You're wasting time. Someone else was there. Duh! Of course! He knows it. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from the inside. There's no way in or out. Oh, yes. The only other person in the cabin was when the young student died was you.
Yes!
Yes! It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin's wardrobe to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian! There's no way I would have lost that message! Now would have. There is a way you could have left that message to be precise about the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor. In an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I have been sleeping in there the entire time. And then the same person picked up the broken glass bell that fell onto the floor. For fear of becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Gowie really died. But why wouldn't this person just taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half of it behind was going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended on the ceiling would have barely cast any light into the floor there. A little wonder then that the culprit failed to notice a fragment on the tiny item. Well, Seaman Strogna? Nina is a woman of sea. She is daughter of a strong sailor. 2 years ago, they have noticed her dancing skills too. She went away to join the ballet company. But before, she was dancer on the ship, member of the ship band. You do not accuse the ship saints of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. You say that when the young student died, Nina was in there in his cabin. But that's not possible. I gave my tooth. Well, it's all the more interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can we be so sure? You are a great detective. You should know. Look through the eye. Cabin bulk shut was bolted from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Oh, you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Yes! That's impossible. Right. But wait! I read about this in the detective stories. People often tie threads around the latches so they can open them and close them from the outside. What? Are you stupid? The bulkheads don't have bond doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel, there was not gaps within sight, nor thread or needles or magnets could have been used. Oh no, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Dodado suggested it earlier, so... Why are you putting this back on me, Soul? Put this on! How could you shift it onto me like that? So Seaman Strong has found point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, you can see the traces of mess that I have in mind by using it, having used it before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Nanado, I do believe you know what I mean, don't you? Ways to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside. One does spring to mind, yes. Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Nanado? Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed, we have. So would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruto? Point out the telling message that was used to slide the cabin door across from the inside. I'm gonna regret this.
Yes!
This is it! That shows how it was done! It certainly shows how something was done. I agree. In fact, it was an excellent way to show how easy it is to jump to the wrong conclusions. Oh. But surely this shows how the bolt could be used to shut the cut. You really need to say it, surely dismissal. Surely it can't be possible to make the bolt slide without touching it at all, can it? Sure, that's it. Something in the back of my mind tells me. Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruto? Oh, wait!
Yes!
Yeah, we can do the bookcase. Look at the bookcase there. See how the books and things have toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel, after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, the violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down will be bound to fall over. I believe, yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia impacting on its objects. There's nothing Sato-san doesn't know. Or is that Or is that even isn't her, or that isn't in her book at least? Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those bookshelves on the bookcase, also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. Ah! It was very obvious after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We have come to this cabin not long before, and we had bolted the door. But then... Hello? Is anyone in there? Shout if you need assistance! Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Husk now. Oh, yes! That's it! When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door. Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to move by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Ogoya was killed? Why do you think we all... It wasn't a locked room at the same. The SS Vivaria made another emergency stop? When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had been toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as someone has run their hands across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? When we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like as in Mr. Agawi's cabin. Oh my! Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Puzzle? I just want to know why you did it. Are you out of your mind? You say that made an emergency stop? It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that have possibly happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh. It is that simple enough. Are you forgetting the button on the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm? Oh yes, of course. Yeah, you told me not to push it, Sataso. There was a notice, wasn't there? Telling you would only press the button in times of emergency. I was desperate. I was gonna press that fucking button. On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on eyes of his lookout alone. Hence, when the placement of the number... the placement of the number of the... Sorry, I needed to sneeze. Hence, the placement of the numbers of buttons around the vessels allow any crewman to raise the alarm. Sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait, it was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bells ring, and the vessel comes to a complete stop. And indeed, it's a little earlier. And indeed, it's a little earlier. Indeed, it did a little earlier today. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes. Surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has one purpose in life. Let me guess. And here is Santa-san not letting me have all the fun with all the fun evidence. People keep deterring me from not doing all the fun stuff with the evidence. I couldn't drink the evidence. Cosmo didn't let me drink the evidence. Santa-san didn't let me press the evidence. Gosh! station! He sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with Slip? I'll report you to Captain. You are in so much trouble now. No, I'm sure that all can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what we must now consider. Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Gowie, did this ship make an emergency stop or did it not? You are idiots. Butter is a huge ship with many passengers. If we make imaginable emergency stop even in the middle of night, there would be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruto? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruto? Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped vessels last night?
Yes!
Yes! Seaman Sharkno? It's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship. Isn't that right? No, that is correct. Right. And the ship's log here. This would be where you record all the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine! Ah, you rather seem careless. You carelessly left it on top of the little makeshift Beirut in the passageway out there. But as a responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later. I left it there on purpose. That's what I always put it. The point is that, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you would write the phrase "nothing to report" every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until the first lights this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log? That's because nothing happened. Then why didn't you report nothing to report? But if nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you? Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Boreal. Something sufficiently insignificant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log in fact. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop talking rubbish! If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh, why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed. Are you forgetting how's gonna that all of our meals? It's chicken. It was the fucking chicken! Remember, who is the one who didn't eat the chicken? That was Kazuma! I wrote it in my notes! I wrote it here! Kazuma does not like chicken! Boom! That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anyone would have slept through that, even if it happened in the dead of the night. Well, no, that's a good point. Chumps, help me out here. I need to bring up the chicken. I need to bring up that chicken. Oh, what? The throbbing? Sorry? What do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We've all suffered with it. Ah! been feeling myself ever since I woke up today. Nor have I. I mean, my head's been feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, y'all been inflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. That's right, my head's been throbbing today too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of easy. I can't really remember anything that happened after climbing back inside the wardrobe. Then the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe and had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all of that was happening to me? Why did I get the worst of it? Tell me, Mr. Naruto. You boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes. Sorry. The stowaway class of combinations doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Cosmo's leftovers? Well, Cosmo looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roasted chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it. No, I had all of it. He doesn't like chicken. Yes! In fact, I had all of that. Cosmo wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all. That's right. He didn't touch it. Is that really relevant? It is very irrelevant! That's why I wrote it! My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh! Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. No. Really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night has been tampered with. Tampered by the addition of porphyric, designed to induce a very deep slumber to those who consumed it. A sleeping drug. Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruto, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea! Precisely. Placing every meal of a passenger is on board with a porphyric drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspicuous. What? Mr. Sholmes! Well, seaman? I'm sorry to say any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. I can explain everything. I understand. Miss Povolo, how could you? I thought we could be friends. I thought we could be friends, you and me. Your cat's nowhere to be seen. My friend is dead. Your cat was your best friend. The dead man's was my best friend. I thought we could be friends. How could you? If you refuse to talk, there has to be an inquiry made to the ship's company, of course. And that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be hauled over to the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade. Wait. I don't think Miss Povela did it. I think Stroganoff did it. But because they've been so nice to her, Nicolette. She used to be a dancer on this ship. So it really comes down to one of these two murdered my friends. But the answer is still why. Why would they want Cosmo dead? No more. I'll tell you everything. Eh? I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen were former comrades, I believe. So when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. They all agreed to help, keep everyone together. She threw everything away. The frame in the Baylet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. Sorry, Hasana, you had to hear it from her. You're right. We put sleeping drugs in the chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on lumps of something strange and bitter at one point. Stop. We could not make it all drug. How do you say? Dissolve. Hug. Talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight, in water near Shanghai, we brought the angel on board. She was helped by a comrade on shore for a small fishing boat. While all the passengers on the SS burial slept soundly. Thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber, including potioning their evening meals have contained. So, if that was what happened, the only person awake on the ship last night was crew, people who like this chicken, and the newly aboard passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been impossible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to look at Cosmo's cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Ah, of course. And just like us, all the passengers who would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins, after which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes! The overwhelming majority of passengers who would have Tilly sleep on their cabin doors bolted away, and not one of them would have found it remarkable that the door was locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. But I don't understand. How does all of this portray to Cosmo's death? Is it because he was awake because he doesn't like chicken? Was he killed because he doesn't like chicken? You have talked a long time and said many things. What's this point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And that's someone who abused the ship's emergency stop to proceed in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But... I don't know anything about this. I'm just a little girl. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor. Sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laughable trait. A laudable trait. Naruto? Oh, yes? Do you hear it? The accusatory cry of guilt on the wind? What accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No. You must hear it with your eyes. For observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come for one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. Okay, but before we get to it, I need to go to the bathroom. So we're just gonna quickly do this. We're gonna quickly go be right back, and I'm gonna go to the bathroom before we get. Mr. Naruto, your assistance, if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow. Just as I said, with these two pivetulars. Observation. If you remember, Mr. Naruto, we all know that somebody who's tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? And remember what you told Kazuma, Renosuke! My powers of observation has not failed me. By tampering with the scene of Mr. Gaoi's death, what we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely. You are delicately quick to grasp my meaning. All right, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that just someone else was there when Kazuma died. Wait, hold on.
Yes!
I noticed the daintily jewelry you're wearing on yours, Miss Buffalo. Were you able to find the piece of the earrings in Mr. Gao's cabin? Would have proved beyond a doubt that you were there. Although we haven't found our plan yet, so what spectacular logic do you have led to this mindless conclusion? Oh, well, it's supposed to be a logic and reasoning spectacular, so I thought I'd contribute to the show. This is my show, Mr. Naruto. Kindly perform any spectacular experience on your own stage. Ugh, sorry. So it has to be an arm. I can't think of two possible ways. Either we find a trace of something being in the person and crushing the left behind the scene, or if that is not possible, a trace of something that the person took away from the scene. That could accidentally or be deliberately used. A trace of something or someone took away. If you observe close enough, I believe you'll find examples of both. Give a long look and hardly compromising stare from all sides. That's my advice. She has such pretty ears among the beautiful living ear. Like little pink shells. Oh. That's what? That's a something dangling from her ear. Ah! That's an earring! A crescent moon heart that looks as though it's made of wood. It's charming, isn't it? Women do seem to love adornments like that. Either hair, around their necks, or on their fingers. Even hanging from their ears, it seems. Well, jewelry is beautiful, Naruto-san. He has arms like tree trunks, doesn't he? Hairy tree trunks. Yes, he certainly has sailor arms. He's a born man of the sea. Even if I had been awake, I couldn't have done anything about being freaked out about that worship by that man. Naruto-san, are you alright? You seem to be lost in thought. Oh, sorry. Blame those hairy tree trunks. Have you not noticed something significant about the seaman's Dragonaut's hat? Oh no, sadly not yet. I was just thinking that if we only found it in Cosmo's cabin, it would be all so easy. That's true, a hat dropped at the scene would have been conclusive evidence. Ah, that's the point! I saw your university hat seen somewhere. That's not a point, at least! Not what I'd like you to make. I'll try it. Nope. Okay. That's true. Okay. Sure. This man is definitely hiding something under his hat. When we remove it from his head, there's resolutions underneath will rock his boat. It's the whole world. That seduction was wanting in every way. Yes, I was wanting you to hear that. I'm quite proud of it. I found myself wanting to never hear that have heard it again. I'm quite pained by it, in fact. Oh, sorry. I'll try again. Are we sure? It's the only thing.
Yes!
Wait, that's not it either? Seaman Strongwell as those enormous arms of yours are thick with hair. And I have no doubt in your struggle with the victim last night. Handful would come out. So, when I got search on the floor of the victim's cabin, you'll have nowhere to run. That seduction was wanting in every way. Yeah, that's what I want. Oh god, what else is there? Wait! What's this? Objection! Oh, look at this! I wanted to present it actually. Some kind of stain and... Oh my gosh, thank you, Alita, for the raid! Thank you! Thank you! We're getting to the bottom of this case! The case of the man who doesn't like chicken! Also my favorite. And thank you for thank you all for the follows! Thank you, Belty. Thank you, GLD. Dipshit. Well, I'm getting to I'm very getting close to the murderers. Well, one of the murderers. I can't figure out who murdered them, but they're gonna be solely mistaken when they cross me. They killed my favorite character! Thank you for the follow. I'm too unstable. It's going well. Like I said, we're getting to the bottom of this case here. And a very lost travelers, thank you for the follow. No, I'm not the murderer! I'm only the one solving the murder, okay? I'm solving murders, I do not commit murders! At least not anymore. Thanks for the follow there, Alencios Keys. I am sorry if I pronounced that wrong. I've been, in my defense too, I've been pronouncing Russian names all day. Well, at least for the past 3.5 hours. So, I am not a murderer! You gotta believe me, I'm not the murderer! Guys, I'm not the murderer! I was the suspect of the murder! Gosh! Oh shoot, I have to get through this so I can... You guys gotta believe me, I'm not the murderer! I object to all these accusations! Oh, thank you so much. Someone believes me! I can't believe you guys would all accuse me of murder! I am not the murderer! We're talking about the death of my favorite character here! Sure, we only got to know him for like a chapter, but he quickly became my favorite. Yes, you're right. It looks like ink, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on, I'll get to the court record and prove that I didn't do it. I know. I know you guys are referencing Clue, but... Renosuke actually was the prime suspect of the murder, so that's why I gotta make sure you guys know that I am not a murderer. Ink. And look at the color, too. It's clear where this came from. Hold on. I need to get a point where I can prove that the evidence that I was not the murderer. They are actual court records.
Yes.
I just need to get to them. Here we go. This is the piece of evidence that proves my innocence. It may look like just a simple keep out sign, but if we turn it around, you will see that there is. It's actually a rice paste because there was no glue. But how would I be able to get in? I was found in the wardrobe. Renosuke was found in the wardrobe. How could he have possibly gotten that with the glue or rice paste on there and murder someone? So boom, I am no murderer. Also, I don't speak Russian. So why would I write why would I forge a death note in Russian when the man's clearly Japanese? You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Huh. Would you really consider the fact that I don't know Russian? He did not write it. Let's look back at some of the evidence here. Thank you. If you read cause of death, damage to the theater of vegetable resulting in instant death, there would be no time for the victim to write the dying message. So therefore, if I don't know Russian, therefore I couldn't have wrote it. Oh yeah, 100%. I probably offended Russian people. That gives me some ideas because I could definitely do something. I'll have to like talk with people about that. Huh. What I'm doing is showing you the evidence that I am not the murderer. So how dare you accuse me of murder? I will not be showing evidence then. I will not be showing any more evidence unless it's relevant to the case at hand. You seem to have a quite large purple stain back on the back of your uniform there. Yes, I don't know where that dirt came from. Huh, that's strange, strong enough. I didn't know dirt was purple. And as somebody who has worked many times with getting dirt all over her hands, I can tell you, I can tell you one thing for I have probably said that playing the Phoenix Wright trilogy. Probably in Turnabout Sisters, not gonna lie. But I can tell you, dirt does not become that shade of purple strong enough. Dirt, if it gets on your clothes, especially on white, and I know this because this happens to me all the time at work, actual work, it's black. So nothing in particular comes to mind about this thing. What are you trying to say? Yeah, I will say this, I am not good at Russian accents. I have been doing butchered Russian accents for both Nicolette and Strakhuna. And I'm probably pronouncing both of those wrong because Russian names are so hard to remember and pronounce. It appears. Yeah. Look, none of the names are no names is taken seriously. It appears that the significance of the stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform, and I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruto, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then, the evidence that proves the stain on the back of Stroganoff's uniform really is. Oh yeah, this. Yes! Nailed it. Yes! It's the photograph! And the ink shows it! That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Yes, it's definitely blueberries. That's definitely what's staining his uniform is blueberries. Yep, definitely not ink. Definitely not ink, it's blueberries. And the ink shows it. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. But that actually begs the question. Actually, also, don't eat blueberries people have sat on. That sounds painful. I don't think people would like if people sat on their blueberries. Yes, ink. A rather unusual color of ink, purple. Ah! He could have just claimed it was blueberries, you know? Ah, the penny drops at least. Now you see the significance. The Russian word for on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of the exact same color. If the ink had been dried, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilled. I think we got him now, boys. Alright, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. Yeah, I'm still gonna blame Hoskina. He said it was his whole responsibility that Cosmo's dead. But I'm still gonna blame Hoskina. I'm going the Godot road on it. Just blame someone who didn't actually murder them but could have saved them. Yep, obviously. I arranged everything in the dead student cabin to make it look like the wardrobe man did it. I have a name! Then I press the button to make the door do emergency stop and bolt the cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect I Angel. Please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling the passageway. Then our angel came to me. He was white like sheet. Beth, please, you must help me. I went to the door of the cabin number 1 was in. When I looked inside, I saw a student boy on floor. Yes! If you've never played an Ace Attorney game, you'll know. If you've ever played an Ace Attorney game, you would know the names are never taken seriously in this game. What happened here? Don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend. Everything that happened in this cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through ventilator into Mr. Gowie's cabin. Oh, wow! I said that as a bit when I was Renosuke talking. Gosh, the kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Gowie's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell on the floor. Yeah, that's right. So after the incident, when the cat ran away, Miss Pelvio then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find the occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard sound of falling on the floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? And here I saw my friend was murdered because he didn't like chicken. Here I saw he was murdered because he didn't like chicken. The door was not locked, so she opened it to look, and you already know what happened after. A cat! It was a fucking cat! No wonder why when we played priorities with my mods, I put cats at, not number one on my list there. There's just one thing. You wouldn't mind. What? When you went to Mr. Gowie's cabin, Miss Pablo, in defense, I don't like small cats. Okay? Small cats always seem to give people troubles. Also, cat litter is just, it's such a pain. I actually can go to the bathroom like you normal humans can, so I don't have to worry about the kitty litter. Was he already dead? Why? I already told you. When Nia opened the student cabin and looked inside, I was asking Miss Pavolia. What up, Dad? Well, why did I dab? It's not like I have arms. My arms move with me. Like. Well, Miss Pelvio, I'm probably pronouncing every name wrong. Guys, I don't know Russian! I'm gonna assume that's da, which, I know means yes. Oh. That's right. I saw him. It was dark and he was wearing black, but... Yeah, just being fashionably like, no, what else is new? Not moving. I was scared. So, I understand. I believe you. So that's finally, is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Cosmo's death at last? Ah! Something nearly slipped my mind. We're gonna look down at our hands and there's gonna be no handcuffs. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? This photograph. Yes, I took this myself, The cause of death was a broken neck. Therefore, the victim died instantly. And those unfortunate incidents that preempted these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that doesn't make sense. That seems to me somewhat unnatural. What do you mean, unnatural? And here I saw we could blame the whole thing on a fucking cat! What are your thoughts on the matter, Naruto? thought we could just wrap this up. It'd be all nice and dandy, Shomes. Oh, well. Cosmos tripped and fell on the body and fell by some terrible stroke of bad luck and broke his neck. Let me think about this. And feel free, you guys, you can put in your inputs too, but just don't give me the answer, okay? Which part of this photographic feature seems natural? Okay. Let's think about it. He tripped on a cat. Tripped over a cat. No, I gotta think about this. Wait. This doesn't seem... nothing really sticks out to me as unnatural. And I'm trying to think about this logically here. I don't feel safe randomly kicking. I only have one penalty left right now. This is gonna be a shot in the dark, but
Yes!
alright, if you really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then his fist just doesn't seem quite right. That was fucking right? The fist was right? The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palm flat. And here I thought it was going to be the right arm too, because that it didn't seem unnatural. The whole thing didn't seem unnatural. This is like the second time I just randomly guessed something and I'm right. Second time was during Farewell My Turnabout, during Justice for All, when I put the right thing on. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. Like a sword! Like a sword! All of this, I can't believe I forgot about his sword. The one I jokingly said I'm gonna steal after this whole thing is over. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist for a short while ago. You did? And what, pray? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? A sword? Mr. Shomes? Show us, please! I don't think we need to be shown. Like, I think you... Sasato and I both know very well what that thing was. It was his goddamn sword. Why, of course, dear madam. Why would I keep you in suspense? You do it all the time. Just show us. Oh. Nicholas! Nina's earring! Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle? Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? It tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks familiar somehow. Sure, I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Naruto. That is the key. I have investigated it before. I know exactly what to present here. What? The truce is now intentionally close. How did that crescent moon come to be Kazuma's clenched fist? That's the final clue. The last piece of the puzzle. Oh, I thought it was going to be like some sort of struggle, and the thing that he was gripping was actually a sword. But then somehow the sword, then, probably like the best just like took it out, kindly kind of sort of took it out. And observe. The final answer with your own eyes. Okay, so we need to turn it so we need to turn a little bit so we can see Nicolette's ear. I don't know if I should examine it first, but wow, this is ha! Okay, good. Nailed it. Miss Pavla, on your ears there's I see you have a crescent moon as well. Ah! What? And on your other ear, there seems to be a crescent moon missing. The little link holding on must have been broken, I suppose. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there's only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruto? Yes. Miss Pavla? Mr. Gaui must have grasped the crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night in Mr. Gaui's cabin, you witnessed the moment the victim fell with your very own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length for him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Gaui do that? He's a man of justice, after all. Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold on to it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh no. Phil? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavla, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb into this huge ship, and then, when I was the last in this cabin, I could relax after this horrible long day. Saka, wait! And then she saw him alive. Is probably what happened. Well, wait, we should say. So it goes back to Kazuma was killed because he doesn't like chicken. I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy, but nothing worked. Taco would not come back. Knock, knock. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Okay. Thanks for the raid, though. Thank you so much. Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. The young man from your country was very polite and kind. He helped me find Daka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arm again, I was going to leave the man's cabin. Just a moment. Sorry, but... Oh, yes? I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Of course. You're Nicola Pavel, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Oh? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a far east known as Russian ballerina? Haskina knew who you were. Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on the ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So you've run away. Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He was going to hold that cord. He was going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? I don't think he was looking at that cord. Then it happened. Everything at once. I think he was looking at the wardrobe. Because Ronosuke was in there. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait! I said it then, and then. Taco jumped out of my arms and down onto the young man's feet. And as he turned around to look at me, I cursed him. I don't even know why. I don't even know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. Nicolette, I think he was gonna tell me. And that's when you went to fetch help from Seaman Shakuna, who was on duty out in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and then thud on the floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at the cabin door, shaking like a leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, this. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go." So you decided to help. And be an accomplice. That's when you arranged things in Cosmo's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. I went into cabin and looked around to make sure nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found the stowaway in the wardrobe, still sleeping. Right. That's when you found me. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame you forgot one important detail about that. The stowaway was the victim's best friend. Like, closed the wardrobe door and put strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that was the only reason that the son started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged the young man's body to a good place, then used ink that was spilling straight on the floor. I wrote paprika. It does mean wardrobe, so that person who found him would look inside wardrobe and find stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But there was dark in cabin. I did not notice the other half. When Angel went back to her cabin, I finished the job by pressing the emergency button on the passageway. Yes. Accordingly, the SS Barely did indeed come to an emergency halt a little after 2 a.m. Thus, incessantly bolted on the cabin doors slide shut, creating a locked room mystery. Still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavla. What? Well, you said that you told Cosmo about the fact that you ran away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yes. But even if you had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you're friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? What he said this first that made me scared. What he said first? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was just a friend of mine. He said an inspector was his friend. Ah! Yes, meaning me. Who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. Which you failed to do! Might I add. So, thank you for letting Cosmo die! Sorry, I told myself I'd go. I would basically I'd treat him like I'm Godot and he's Phoenix. I thought that the police knew about me. They would arrest me. Before he could pull the bell cord, May I stop you for a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It's just... It doesn't make sense. It doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Agassi really gonna pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Natado? Like I said, I think he wasn't looking at the bell cord, he was looking at the wardrobe. He was gonna ask me for the second opinion. Well, I'm not Cosmo, so I can't know for certain. But he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Well, Mr. Natado, the day's work is not done. There's one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Yes. What action was the victim really about to take at the moment? Obvious, I think... Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? Knowing Cosmo, it was at the wardrobe. I have a feeling it was the wardrobe. First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy. I I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin has been my home for this entire voyage. So this is how the cabin looked at last night when Miss Povia visited the Kama-san. Yes, exactly how it was. Are you really ready then, Mr. Naruto? Yes. If there's one thing I have learned about today, it's that simple gaze can reveal all the matters of truth. And not only that, in other words, to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out of a little bit when you're following the gaze and where it lands. So when he turned away from Miss Povia, what exactly was Cosmo looking at? Here's the thing. I know the answer is I have a feeling the bed is the wardrobe because I have a feeling. So, but I want the bed. Yeah, no, I know. Cosmo had placed a large book of law underneath his pillow. I believe he was going to consult that book in order to find a way to help. Although I'm not quite sure how Japanese law would help it to be relevant, but still. Mr. Naruto, this truth is absolute. You cannot see someone's look one way, but follow their gaze another. Haha, sorry. I had a feeling it was wrong. From where I'm standing, it was quite wrong. You appear to be far out margins. Actually, no. You were out by a mile. Ugh, sorry. No one or best friend? Yes. Okay, let me do the right answer then! This opinion was hoping for. Yours, idiot! Sure, I feel like I ought to know. Yeah, it was your opinion, idiot! So, when he turned away from Miss Povia, what exactly was Cosmo looking at? Like I said, obviously yours!
Take that!
Considering everything that has happened last night, certainly it looked like as though Cosmo was going to pull the bell cord. Yes, however, what's directly besides the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? More importantly, who was in the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sounding sleepily. Ah! Miss Pavlon, please, think back to very carefully. What were Mr. Agaowi's exact words last night? Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Another opinion. I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's important. I don't think there was a when. The most important thing is. Thank you. Like I said, I try my best to do accents, but I'm really bad at them. And I'm really bad with words, so, like, you may think that my reading of the game is not that bad, but believe me, it can be, it's not that great. But I get the gist of it. I try to make it a brand. I try to make it seem that I'm doing them on purpose, obviously. Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Agaowi's intent was to consult his close friend on the matter. If it's between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh, no. I want to give her a hug. I know she murdered Cosma and all, but I want to give her a hug right now. I really just want to give her a hug right now. She obviously feels so guilty about murdering him, and I just want to give her a hug. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Gowie was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Miss Pavlova, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did. And that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. What have I done? And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident of the SS Beria was finally laid to rest. January, 7:14 p.m. First class cabin passageway. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? What the Russians trying to retaliate her? Replicate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Mr. Shrums can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return to in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. That's okay, you were just protecting your angel. You know, it's fine. Seaman stronger, you know? I wanted to help out Angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you, about how you lost a good friend. Okay, maybe in your defense you didn't even know we were good friends. I will go through it, Nina. I will give myself to the police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Cosmo's death feels like such a waste, but... well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Duh. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. I guess you're right. I do need to go back to Japan. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm still a stowaway. Yeah, I understand. I'm going to have to hand you over to the council and arrange for your passage back to Japan. Yes. I did stowaway after all. I couldn't really expect any difference. So, you should get back to your cabin now. It looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it even begun then. To think that only days ago, Cosma and I were laughing together about how we would tear up the streets of London. That seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is that someone weeping? I understand. I'm in tears too. Sato-san? No. you had returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Haskina just told me I should pack, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. I think that it's all over. In the words of, at least this case. In the words of Prosecutor Godot from Trials and Tribulations, a lawyer can only cry once it's all over. So I guess this is time to cry. I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. That's a song. Had such great ideas too for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams, and now they have been cruelly taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person who was responsible, but now I know I said it myself. I wanted to give her a hug. Now we know the truth. That it was just an accident, just silly series of mishaps. It's too much now to do. It's just too much. Yeah, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Inspector, my duty was to see Asby's son safely to Great Britain, but I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down, as you should. I'm still gonna hold you responsible for this. I'm not mad at Miss Pivalia. I'm mad at you, Haskina. You could have protected him. You should have been there for him. Sorry. I feel like this is gonna go to the end with us. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. I do. I totally blame him. And I'm free again now. At least. Huh? How? Shows! What the hell? I can't physically hug myself. The best I can do, I don't really have, like, arm movements for, but I can do this. This is all I can do with my hands. So I can't really hug, per se, but the closest I can get for her. It's good enough, right? You're satisfied with that for hug. I'll figure out what I can do for hug, the hug. Virtual hugs later. I guess that works. I guess that you redeeming the virtual hug is our big collective hug for Nicolette, for Nina. Ha 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 ha! Surprise, Mr. No. What are you doing here? We were having a moment of silence. Yes, I can wave my arms up and down, but that's all I can do. What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Okay, just because a man is accused of murder twice does not mean he's a murderer. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. God damn it! Sorry? So I decided to restore them, for all time's sake, shall we say. You're a stowaway after all. I'm just a stowaway! I'm willing to... Sholmes! Ugh! He thinks this is funny? Mr. Sholmes? do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all. Not at all. Although it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion truly is heartening. Hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his operations in his honor. So you're saying I should become a lawyer? I'm afraid that won't be possible. Yeah, I've had run-in with the Japanese police before. I don't think they'll let me be a lawyer. We shall be marking at the next port in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that has happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Wait a second. I could be a lawyer. Wait a second. Wait a damn minute. It said one lawyer. Why can't... It never specified it had to be Kazuma per se. I could be the lawyer. Eh? How does that sound, Haskina? How does that sound? What's to be? In light of Mr. Agawi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no. Don't care for me. But... Where's Sato-san? My dear fellows, the majority of our problems has extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. I was thinking, but there's no one else in here with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Shom. We know of no other lawyers. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications you attain in your own country will be of little value in Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but... In any ways, the voyage to London still promises a good month's time. Ample opportunity, I'd say, to find yourself in another suitable lawyer. Yes. Miss Satsuko? Yes. Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? Ah! You're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruto. Not yet. I'm not a lawyer yet. Not yet. That's all you need to know. Not yet. Oh, unless. Are you studying law? Now I am? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's such a chance that could work. But as I said, there's still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruto? Yes, I have a month which to study, to learn which was to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruto, that's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting that anybody can learn all that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out! I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if, by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? Because this is what Kazuma would have wanted. He would want me to be a lawyer. He wanted me to be a lawyer. After you, everyone, okay, except for Shomes, has saw me in the court for? For Kazuma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyways, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Satoso? I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So, what does our historical inspector have to say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No. That's madness. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating. Duties and rules are a dull routine, an existence that all adore. Give us interest, give us fabrication. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? You see me in court before, Hoskina, and you witnessed the ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your very own eyes. And when I was being accused of murder the first time, you're the one who arrested me that time. From earlier hours of this morning until the very moment now, despite conceding with passing of his close companion, despite the accusation of guilt, this man has showed resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all else, courage. Very well. I think it's a clever way to report my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector. After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector. If you excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next. How best to make my report. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruto? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about becoming a lawyer? I would be delighted to help you. I'm a judicial assistant after all. Thank you. And, Mr. Naruto? I'd like you to take the charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure of it when I'm sure it's what Cosmo would have wanted. Its name is the Karumara. It's a great start. Has been an academy plan for generations. Very well. I accept. I'll treasure it, always. So then, Miss Satoso, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet. It would be an honor, Mr. Naruto. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes! That's exactly what I need! But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you two. Goodness, what is it? Please throw me to the ground. 3 times. Excuse me, you threw me 5 times! What? I should never have doubted you. You were Cosmo's son's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious for me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you weren't shocked. You just found out about you just found out about me. So no, I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should have never thrown you. Not just once, but 5 times! Yes, you remembered! You threw me 5 fucking times! That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it. No. I don't even know how. I never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruto. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did he see that? There was one time he did see it. I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling. Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of the ancient jujitsu technique. Apparently it's called the Susto takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. And it was it 5 times. How beguiling. I'm particularly prepared combat for my arms. I am a somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw. She needs to help me study. I need to be a lawyer for this to work out the strokes. Yes! I'd be honored! Then let us not delay. Demonstrate, my dear madam. Oh, of course. Not on me, please. Not on me! Are you ready, Mr. Naruto? God damn it! Why don't you do the jumps? Sorry? Hiya! Okay, make that 6 times she took me out. As you can see, your throw comes from the adamant. Oh yes, interesting indeed. That's what the terms the Sato takedown is it? Actually, no, that was the Sato squash. In my grounding state of consciousness, a scene from the event really recently spent with Cosmos flickering in my mind. Karuma. That's right. It's the prize sword that has been passed down through generations of the Igawi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little regular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Renosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. And as long as we have it, it's like you're always with us. Karma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels the wielders to slice evil in two. Not that you need to do much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. And I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Oh, of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. Oh, the with you part is, I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what it was. but I'm going to see this place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. And okay. So, here's the thing about this. I kind of want to start episode 3, but my voice is very sore, so we are going to take a little break as I make sure to get a drink and make sure to get everything I need, and also while I'm at it, make dinner. So we're gonna take a So we're gonna return to the title screen so you guys can listen to that music for a while. So we had no spoilers of this for when we return. So we're gonna it's gonna be like half an hour at maximum. So probably. So I'll see you guys then. had dinner. So, like, we're starting up stream again. Haha! Pussy, because we're on the title screen again, right? Definitely, yep, totally, 100%. So I am gonna continue on with episode 3. We're only gonna do about like half of it though, so because I mean, I set out to do a very long stream today, and it's only been like 5 hours. So we're gonna just continue. Episode 3. The Adventures of the Runaway Room.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself.
Wow, that's interesting.
However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident,
I believe that perhaps that case was indeed
the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is...
It's like we're watching an anime again.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure. I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
I mean, is it really the center of the world? Can you really have a center to the center to a globe? February 9:21 a.m. British Supreme Court lowered Chief Justice's office. What an incredible place. So imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. Looks like a fortress. There's some buildings like this in Japan now, of course, but they only been built a few short decades ago since we opened our borders to the outside world. And the aesthetic example of this has quite different impact. Do you agree? As a far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings were constructed from, it's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to this difference than just construction materials. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice office, not of us. It's the Supreme Court of Great Britain. Lord Chief Justice. We had instructed to report here at this time. If circumstances were different, we were supposed to let the Lord Chief know we had arrived from Japan. So instead, we're here in different capacities as envoys to report the news of Cosmo-san's death. Yeah. Having to deliver his or her message as an envoy's duty is done. So we just have to return to Japan. We want to remain here in Great Britain. I have to take Cosmo's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Yes, which means we need to reciprocate qualifications as a lawyer, which is what I've been studying. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. That's the second reason why we're here. Have you officially recognized as a lawyer? It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to the scratch. Ah, good morning. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Oh, hello! Oh. I trust you are too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm the 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 40 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention it. It's fine. We are never happier than when we're standing around with nothing to do. How fortunate. So, introduction. I am Muriel Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. Ugh, I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruto, don't be a mouse. Oh, it's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Renosuke Naruto from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruto? Welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Ah, yes, thank you. I want to examine everything first. Please forgive me, Mr. Strongheart. I want to investigate. Look at these menacing giants facing each other across the room. I believe they are suits of armor. Oh, right. You need to pull your book out for that one. I thought maybe they were like lion dogs. Lion dogs. Okay. No, not at all. In fact, in Europe, statues of armors like these are always possessed by evil spirits, you know? And they roam around the middle of the night. Really? Is there nothing you don't know, Miss Satsuto? This book tells me everything I need to know about everything. If you're never unsure, just ask. Where did you get that incredible tome? And where can I get one? Just look at all the naughty books packed together on these shelves. They go from floor to ceiling. And they're just books that you couldn't hope to come by in Japan. It's like a dream! Yes, a very bad dream. You're not all about British law either. There are books about the judicial systems of the other Western nations. France, Germany, Spain, Holland. What about Russia? Why do you ask? Because we had dealing with the Russians before? I was wondering about asking the Lord Chief Justice how you would say wardrobe in Russian. What do you think? I think perhaps it's best abandoned. This must be the Lord Chief Justice's set. I believe it's made out of marble. It looks more like an over-the-top tombstone that toppled over me. I think your fanciful imaginations at work again, Mr. Naruto. It feels like everything that's normally made of wood and paper. Wood and paper at home. It's made of bricks and stone here. I know. That's why this place feels so overbearing, I'm sure. Okay, so that's all. Okay, now we can come. An arm burden I inherited from Cosmo identifies the wearer as a defense lawyer throughout the Emperor of Japan. So let's present it to you. Lord Strongheart, may I show you this? To accept this item, ensure in receipt, examine it thoroughly, and make a formal statement of my findings. Would require something in a region of 24 seconds of my time. Sorry? Does the item warranty 24 seconds of my time, Mr. Naruto? Let's leave it for now. Casper just talk. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, help. I've been so nervous this entire time I can't hear a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruto? Oh. We had a wonderful view of some London streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say, I'm almost at a loss for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts a tamarae, piped water gas, and even a cable supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh, yes! Absurd! Sound is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Sato-san. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming Great Exhibition we'll be hosting here in London. Great Expedition? Culture and technology advancements from around the world globe to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacular of its kind in history, and will make Paris' World Fair look like a toy shop. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how significant it's going to be. Great Britain's capital is nothing but magnificent London's center of the modern world. Even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it's the fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the Lion of the Rising Sun. Lord Chief Justice. I think you were expecting a student law for the study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. Mr. Kazuma Agawi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard on the steamship bound for our shores. Amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you're honored this appointment specially to inform me of this news? Yes. We are here in captivities of envoys from Japan to recruit to sow news in person. They tell me you Japanese people are people of protocol and courtesy. And I say that is true. And it's just with some regrets that I must inform you. And we must leave Britain. That and thus if the young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruto here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruto, this is it, then. The moment of truth. The thing is, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't underestimate me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. But without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing that can be done. Well, in that case, another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? I have been studying law for the past 40 days. Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country. And that was Mr. Gowie. That's what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this isn't really going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say. Mr. Naruto! I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I gonna say? If there's someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's me. It's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but no qualifications, you say? And yet you still claim to be a lawyer. I have defended myself in court before, so therefore, huh? I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once. But as it happens. And I had Kazuma to help me. And I was the accused! But glossing over the details. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Borea. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not all you would call full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you also must complete several years of training. I realize that's far too short of a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Ogawa's journey has only just begun. Coming here to the study tour was all he thought about. I had to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me up. Just one chance. That's all I'm asking. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruto. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too articulated. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you good in the steed as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Ogawa plans to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes. That's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did he just expression change a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? So, what form of test will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruto, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. I just got here. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an app trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense yet. So this will be welcome news. Today? Did you just say today? You can't be fucking serious. Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll pass my test. What could be simpler? Ugh, how do I get myself into these situations? At least this time, I'm not accused of murder. Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart? Yes, good question. Ah, I remember. It's a murder trial. Of course. A murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will, of course, be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably, you read that much in your short Theo-based introduction to British law. We can't possibly agree to such a test. Be toying with a man's life. I'm the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided that it's acceptable. But you can't just do that, can you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruto, you have come to me claiming to be a lawyer. Oh, shit, right. I did say that. Let's brush over all the details of the one time I acted in court in Japan. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove that you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the wills of your compadre, Mr. Agawi? I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. It's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You're fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What will it be? What do I say? Do I agree with this absurd test? I won't do it! Okay, I'm gonna say I won't do it just because I want to see what would happen. Alright then, if I to give you a decision now, my answer is I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, as I suspected, is it sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your tickets for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation's over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruto? I'm sorry, Miss Satsuko, but what could I do? Alright, I understand. You do? It's not easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. But yourself has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Miss Satsuko means is that no matter how badly I would like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly forgivable. I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, but some kind of experiment. A lawyer might fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each and one of those clients, those particular days they stand in the docks, maybe their only chance to have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Naruto! approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that. I wasn't quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one else to advocate for. What? At this point, you can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. So if I don't defend him, it's gonna be executed. So me choosing not to defend him, I'm causing him to die. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful. But that is the truth. I guess it has to be like this. Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold hard truth of the matter is that there's only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. His only hope. So, what do you say now, madam? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. And I agree. But my estimation is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh. Our time here is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. He's gone. The Old Bailey. If we're gonna do this, Naruto, we must leave at once. This is tradition. Mr. Satsuto, can I just ask you something? Oh god, is she gonna Sato take down me here, right here? Careful. From this position, I can perform a Sato takedown in an instant. I know. Mr. Naruto, if you heard Lord Strongheart, the trial starts immediately. If I need to sorry you, I will. You know, you could just say, I think we should hurry to the courtroom. If you need to ask me anything, it's better wait until we're at the Old Bailey. Guess you're right. February, 9:45 a.m. The Old Bailey, the defendant's and retrained. Oh, thank goodness! We're here in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I threw my teeth were gonna rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver. And there's a guinea pig. There's gonna be a guinea in it for you. One of my favorite lines from the Sherlock Holmes stories, and it works perfectly. Not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose that there's that. Anyways, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for the defendant's wait is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruto? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of her embodying I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An impressive air, almost as if the building itself was going to crush whoever was about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Little did we know that was 50 days ago, at least. Yes, whoever's the man you're defending is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madam, sir. Oh yeah, we are so giving him a butchered Irish accent. What are you doing? Follow me in here. Things are first desperate, are they? Sorry? Would you look at the expressionless faces from the east? You are you? We're from Japan, yes. Ah, Japan is it? Right. Say no more. So, how much do you need? How much do you need? No, we're just here because. No need to explain, fellas. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name. Well, I'd rather in a strange, faraway land. Well, actually, haha, we haven't found the place to stay yet. No. Tis grand, tis grand. Let me start by giving you 1,000 guineas. No, say nothing now. Haha. 1,000 guineas? Please, Miss Satsusa, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most progress area of Tokyo. What? Tis nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have all sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see? I have wealth to buy the city of London or two, 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall? Could that rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Ah! Hit me in the eye! Don't get me the war on, fella. I'm not giving it to you, no strings attached. I'll be waiting for you to do something for me. Let me defend you in court. Oh. To be honest, it's a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is from me good old self here in Abbey and Dada. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. I was going to defend you, Your Honor. Sir, I'm going to defend you. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. That's what we came here to do! Oh, well, the thing is... Don't worry about the thing. All you have to do is stand up and there next to me. Nothing more. Otherwise, you see, this trial is going to start without me having some kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does this mean you're the defendant in this trial? Ah, blessed blazes! Do you not know who I am? Me? The one of London's biggest names? No, sorry. We only just arrived here in the city, you see. I see. I suppose it ain't altogether impossible. Well, to hide like there's a center of London. There's another beautiful park. Sorry? A park? What? It's called Miguel Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and the stingbirds and whatnot. I donated it all to the city, so I did. And an entire park in central London? A city of smiles. That's my vision of London. And nothing Magnus McGill wouldn't do for the city and its square old people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. Ah, but now they got the Gales to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGill. What's the matter with London, please? I ask you. Ha 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 ha. All right, don't pass out, Mr. Naruto. Perhaps it would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Mr. McGill, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on the study tour from Japan, you see. Ha. Ha. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in your hand, what was I asked to say, you duff fridgelet? What the fuck? I'm giving you a sentence and getting a stand next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering just to stand up there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you are thinking. This fellow claims he has more money than the queen. But that is true. Why would the places can't he hire the finest lawyer of all of England? Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Well, not at all. Not at all. Although it is a little strange, to be honest. Why don't you have a lawyer, I mean? That would be the fault of the little Reaper. Sorry? Did you just say Reaper? Ah, the Gundam Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Balkford the Cheeks. He is the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? When Von Cheek stands in the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. Fuck, we're in some deep shit. No. And to this day, in every single trial which he has been the prosecutor, the accused has been dead. What? So, to reach the desperate situation, where there no one willing to stand against the fellow at all, you could say he's a living legend of the O'Bailey. Goodness. Lord Banshee. He must be an extremely talented prosecutor, then. Talented ain't the word you're looking for, madam. It's accursed. First? What on earth? The defense is summoned, and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel. That would be me. Oh, 'tis time. Well then, fellow, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you saw your first in here. I made up my mind, so I have. Sorry? I decided that I had to defend myself in there. How would that work? But then you made an appearance. A student of law, wouldn't you know? It's no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate. So I don't get cold feet now, please. I literally know nothing about the case, or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Mr. Naruto? The man has no one. He has to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Cosmo would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. It's happening then. My first trial in British courts. I hope you're watching over me, Cosmo. Because I have no idea. Okay, my headphone died. So hold on just a second. I guess I didn't change back from my surprise face. Just a sec, real quick. I have to plug in my headphones and then switch to my wired headphones. It'll be fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine, I tell you. Oh, obviously you guys can't hear anything because we're supposed to go to the headphones. So I guess. Hold on. I guess I have to do something right here. Okay, never mind. I'm just gonna have to make sure this works. Say headphones. Because I have no idea how I managed to get into this. Okay. You guys can hear this. Someone please tell me you can hear this. I'm gonna just take desktop's word for it. The desktop's word for it. 18th February, 10 a.m. in the Old Bailey courtroom. So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. The centuries of history of this place is impeccable, isn't it? It is so different and it's so different than the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels so both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere is almost like words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence has always been a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruto? Oh, yes. What? Your eyes look really popped out of your head again. I know, but I just can't help it. Oh my god, he's hot. Hello, we saw him. He's hot. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court in session. We're here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Magnus Gallatin. I call upon the counsel for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look awfully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim into the otherworld. Counsel for the defense. You appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Oh, yes, of course, sorry. But he's asked if the defense was ready. And I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Those very eyes please me. Nipple Tillinson, see? My name is Renosuke Naruto. Get it right? They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They will run wild, cling to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. Cold shiver just ran down my spine, all the way from the tips of my toes to the tip of my toes. Now, Mr. Gilligan. Yes, my lord? You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You show a sense of gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? Who you call a foreigner? Oh, right, I am a foreigner. As I always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunity to the young. Even if the fellow is a student from the little island off in the Far East. It is not a British way to ignore the dangers he is the less fortunate to have chance. I'd like to think that all acts of bravery to the great British Empire proud. Listen to Lord Guild. What a fine gentleman London has. You hear that he's donated £5,000 to the government the other day? Mother, please, can we go play in McGilligan Park? It seems that everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. Gilligan. Should be easy enough for us, right? That definitely is welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Elegantly put, Mr. Giles. Most laudable sentiment. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I am sure I need to hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Yes, my lord. If the task is to send the rotters to the gallows where they belong, I am more than ready. Manner, lordship is always say we should dispose the reputation properly. Naturally, I agree. Ha! Any criminals here should be soon wishing they never set eyes on me. I feel a chill. Oh, don't mind me, dearest. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. I must finish these mittens for the grandson. Some Naruto's people are the jury. Yes, that's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right, I've only read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinion of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determines guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Yes. Prosecutor Von Cheeks, my lord, it's become a number of years since we've seen you here in this courtroom. You renounced your fame. I know as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Firmly, infinitely rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I've last spread my wings in this simplicity. So, what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstances which the court should be aware? Oh god, he has a sword too. I leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruto. As you wish, sir. The court will nevertheless welcome your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, the case is overwhelmingly simplistic. You must be the only ones here who aren't aware. No one ever told us what the case is about! We got no details! The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour has some minutes after 10. The victim was a marker of the building work, known as the community as Thrace-fired victim. Sorry? He was a very accomplished craft. The prick that he fired was said almost indestructible. The victim corpse was discovered in an ambiguous service on the streets of London at the time. The dagger that has been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed the ultimate cause of death. Here's the officer report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, Consul. I shall accept that into the photograph as evidence. item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Good lord! Is that blood counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by the policeman who arrived at the scene. The gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? No one ever told me about this. Gosh, at least, why couldn't Strongheart tell us a little more about the details of this case? Mr. Gilligan's gloves had blood on them? Yes, I will accept these as an evidence as well. I'm backed into a corner before I even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there was only 2 passengers traveling inside the vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one was the passenger who was the brickmaker, Mr. Mason. Oh, god damn it! I was even speaking earlier about how the names of this, they didn't really care, but too much about these names. Let me read this off. Terrier report. Victim: Stress-fired Mason male. Age 54. Occupation brickmaker. Time of death. Time and cause of death: February 15th, 10 p.m. to 11 a.m. Stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife while sternly on an omnibus. Died due to internal hammering resulting from the trauma. I don't see any blood on it. Sorry, when I get new evidence, I must examine it. That's kind of be a thing now. This is definitely blood, isn't it? Nope, it's tomato juice. Definitely tomato juice. Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. Well, nothing comes out of grumbling now. Nope. By the way, this is Mr. Gulligan's right-handed. Yes, I believe so. He was toying with the coin in his right hand a little earlier. Pity. Well, he has been left-handed. I think the blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. Okay. Nothing too important. Wait. Just gotta do it, just in case. These are scales of justice. They're a symbol of the defense. They are a symbol of defense, aren't they? Yes, that's right. The scales of symbol of fairness show that all are treated equally in the eyes of the law, and there are warrants to show who entered the courtroom without impartial mind. But if they are the marks of the defense, it would be more suspicious if they were weighing more heavily on the not guilty side. I think. Very impartial one, sure. Lawyer name and the boy on the side here. Look. Cosma Gao. This was his band, of course. He had his heart set on the study tour in Great Britain. I'm sure he would have found this curious that he longed for here. He's lost his life before he had the chance to set. I had such a strong sense of his hopes and dreams when I looked at his armpit. The other was the accused, Magnus Agilden. The other. Well, rather damning circumstances to say the least. Defendant, what you say? Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. Gilligan! bus that evening, but whenever I am in the carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep? This is a moment of courage, my lord, Lytton, so that when I opened my eyes again, it was a desperate sight before me, the body of a man I never laid eyes on before in my life. Okay, so Mr. Gilligan has never claimed to be the defendant before. Interesting. Sorry, I need my notebook. I threw it on the ground when I was disgusting the fact that Cosmo didn't like chicken. Nobody knows I said chicken dinner. Now, if you asked, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fellow bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about myself now, was I? So I reached out to give the man my hand. So the blood got onto his gloves, and after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, that statement of the driver is only the beginning. What? Not all of it? There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment which the brick maker was fatally stabbed. Oh, order! How do I say order with a British accent? I can't even do a fucking British accent. When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage. And there were witnesses to the crime. This is just not a case of compelling evidence. It's the nails in the coffin for the accused. It's the nails in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime has been made quite clear. I have the right to cross-examine any and all witnesses! That's what Cosmo had told me I had. I think we'll hear the testimony from these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses at once. Oh, we're gonna get them all at once? Witnesses, your names and occupations. My name is Will Ephraim, called me Beppo. I drive the omnibus in the East End. Bruce Fairplane. I'm a banker in the city. My name is Frost. Lady Frost. I make hats for gents. Ill-fitting ones, as I do say. Let's begin confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at this short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all you were present and standing when we're in the omnibus and a witness in aforementioned accident. Is that correct? Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir, that is right, sir. Very well then, let's proceed to your formal testimony, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. can be going after with this? It was like the last bus that ending, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. And out of the view, the accuser reached over and plunged the knife right into his gut. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. An ambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their very own eyes. I would like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, counsel. Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Are you forgetting I am Japanese? Well, if the incident were inside a moving carriage, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As the scene from inside the moving carriage. How point? Just call me oblivious to Britain and call me oblivious as a lawyer, okay? Just do it, okay? Come on! I can take it! I can take it! I have dealt with so many weird prosecutors. Also, you're probably gonna be an expert in something else. I'd read civilizations in the Eastern Islands nations that were a century behind their own. But you're here in London yourself, and you're really so ignorant about our omnibuses. I've been here for a few hours at maximum! Huh? Tell me, my nibblest friend, have you ever traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. We only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I arranged for us all to see for ourselves. The actual scene is crime scene, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? The carriage is designed to be moved after all. It's precisely you understand that. Yes. The omnibus which this bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage? Bailiff? Bring forth the stricken omnibus! How did you get it inside? That's the omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe that they can bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's concerns are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. 4 passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows. I'm fucking Japanese! That the best view of the city's architectural site would be had from the top of the omnibus. I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight roof allowing a view of the interior above. Wait. They said that a skylight. Oh! Penny drops at last, I see. Two gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. That's how they came to witness the grim incident. Though the skylights... That makes sense. Well, counsel, this is the first. In all my years of behind the bench, I never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. That's because the crime scene is never... That's because you can't really bring a crime... You can't normally bring a crime scene to a court. Can we just put it in the court record and then I can investigate it, please? There's a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Very well. I see no reason why not. The omnibus is herefore formally accepted as evidence. This is the biggest piece of evidence I've ever had to deal with. Can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? The scene of a murder. It's horrible. And that's the blood that's soaked into the scene. The victims, obviously. Yes, and that would be clearly visible from the roof step. Would you really stab someone in full view of other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it's after dark, and there was a lamp in there here, so perhaps the culprit didn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. See, it has a handle, it seems. This looks like all the sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus functioning. Feeding tubs, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horse shoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coach to keep his things in. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to stow their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyways. Is there one on this side? No? Oh, that's the poster for the Grand Ambition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower. They're the centerpiece of the whole expression. Ooh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzled with excitement for a prospect of such a grand venture. Have you seen enough? Let's step back outside. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and the lamp is enclosed in the closed cabin. So I'm sure the witness would have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. When in doubt, turn it around, right? Roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have wonderful view of London Street from up here. The people sit all the way up here with the bitter winter nights and with cold where the air rushing past them, and they have to pay money to do so. I can't imagine how cold it must feel. That's just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around in the city in the freezing cold as a punishment? Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. Is this gonna be the same thing? Okay. Guys! Phoenix ran at me, boss! Okay, anyways, let's not get distracted. See if we can find anything else about this. I can't find it. I didn't mean to look at it. Okay, let's head back then. Get back to the trial. Yes! Great Britain simply extraordinary. I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing it as it is here. I already did so. Let us continue with the proceeding then. Your cross-examination, counsel. Pray don't expect this omnipotent stray to understand the intricacy of British cross-examination rights. Alright. My first cross-examination in a British court. Focus, Radoske. Focus. What the witnesses saw.
Hold it!
Hold it! Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Oh, yes, sir, that is right, sir, yes. Even in cold, it was freezing back. Any suspicious from the other two? Nope. Okay. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct? Yes. Alright, sir. Not all traveling in the same, no. And these were no other passengers in the incident that took place. No one alighted, for example. You're quite right, was that, sir? No passengers like that, none. So nobody fled the scene of the crime then. I have to say, the Boston Sun running it, he does every evening, the last bust of the day. No one seems out of the ordinary. Besides, I do want to say it's altogether worthy, just sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, with the being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pences on a run, you see? Yes, I spend so much time on the way home. It'll warm up again. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus.
Hold it!
And you saw them through the skylight roof on the carriage. That is right. When you sit on the top deck of the window there is the edge. There was a lamp on the inside, so I had a pretty good view. The two of them were wearing hats, so I couldn't make out their faces. But there was not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. Gilligan. How can you be so sure? Well, how could I put it politely? Gilligan is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget when you saw the vehicle come to a halt, the only person inside the enclosed cabin was the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. Gilligan. There's no room for doubt there. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged the knife right into his gun.
Hold it!
Hold it! You actually saw the moment it happened? Didn't I already testify to that? Or you are a dinkin' hardworking city banker. Or are fair ding-cum hardworking city bankers not considered trustworthy. Oh, no, I didn't mean it that way. This is no good. I really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell me what you saw in a little more detail, if that's... My lord! Juror number 3, what's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something, or rather they shouldn't be. Every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. Oh no. There's no point in wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyways. Hold it! That's precisely what I was about to say. Oh no. As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. Oh no. What is happening here? Let me see. Ah, yes. It seems that how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire. And apparently, yes. With white for innocent, black for guilty. As 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one, they each cast a ball into fire into the great seals of justice, as we saw moments ago. So if those enormous scales completely fall to the black side, does that mean... Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. I'm more worried than I was before, because I'm already... Very well. The court is in the knowledge the exchange of the jury stands. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. Huh. This is a nightmare. Alright, he stabbed him. I screamed. I couldn't help it.
Hold it!
He stabbed him, you say, and you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gentleman sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I've been thinking about that new hat design, you see. I was just absently minding around. But then, I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out of his belly. That's a huge, great knife. That didn't help me at all. Sure, it looks like they are even more convinced of my client than they were before. It appears to me everyone more dubious than Mr. Gillis is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicion. Mr. False! Oh, yes. Yes, sir? Is this the knife you saw? Oh, good grief, yes, that's it. That's the very one. Is that? Yes, counsel. It's the blade that was driven into the victim's belly. It was through the stick, through the heart, like a stick in the knife. That blade is of considerable size, counsel. It is. And furthermore, this scarp of invoice is apparently with a certain initial. Letter M, which oddly is familiar. Ugh. And for Malagus, perhaps? Or Gilded, possibly? Take your pick.
Or it could be Mason, you dumb bitch.
I'm sorry. You're probably a well-known prosecutor. You haven't been in court for 5 years, but I'm assuming I'm actually assuming he chose today because he was assuming that he was going to be facing in a Cosmog. But in fact, he gets the totally cool, awesome Renasuke. Also, I totally didn't think it was going to be canon that no, Renasuke would just take the sword. I was joking that it would steal it. But he just gets the sword, so I'm glad. So. It's particularly his big name in London made a significant thing.
Objection!
But there's RMs everywhere! Like, yes! Like in Mason!
Objection!
This blade is far too extravagant for the poor brickmaker to have owned. No! Weapon of the murderers most certainly belongs to the accused. Ugh. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling counsel. Murder weapon has been entered into the court record. Must examine! My lord, if you forgive the instruction. Ah, juror number 2. Go on. Mr. Gillett is a pillar of society and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in the service must know we must accept our truth. Wait! What are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish. Oh no. No! I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in position to draw the only logical conclusion. Oh no. Oh no. Not again. It's always gonna be tipped black. That's already that's over half the jurors. That's 4 out of 6 jury members who proposed the guilty verdict. There's only 2 left. We had it. Every time I press the witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need to do more than anything at the moment, what we need to do from any more information, we still very much in the dark. I suppose I'll just have to keep witnessing the witnesses. Knowing more sparks may well. We must have given up hope that we'll uncover something that will help give us a way to fight back. I don't know what's going on. I have no bearing of what the case is all about. It was just Lord Stronghold was just like, here, good luck. And I'm like, so, 4 of the 6 jurors have already put in their guilty verdicts. Things are looking pretty glam. But I have faith that my voice is very sore. Actually, that's a given fact. No need for evidence on that. All right, I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witness's statement. As soon as I get this, and then I thought too. Hold it! What exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. He, yes, collapsed on the floor. He was. goddamn knife. That part is the sheep, isn't it? Are you alright, Mr. Naruto? Oh, sorry, yeah. I don't really like... That's the guy who's carrying Kazuma's sword with him. Oh. That doesn't seem like words from a man with a large katana slung from his waist. In defense, it's not my katana! We have this here as the to have Kazuma's spirit here with us. That's not a blade, that's Kazuma's soul. Great logic. Anyways, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. That looks like a lot of blood. It surely is blood. The victim. The blood looks like an English blood. English man's blood looks a lot like Japanese man's blood. Did you think it wouldn't? Yes, because clearly Japanese men. Sorry, it's just that we've only arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust. Yes, I do understand. Nope, this is the way I wanted to go. An ordinate letter M. Undeniably, Mr. Magnus McGill's initial. It's beautifully gilded, too. It must be very, very valuable, I would say. Ah! What is it? Look at this M. You turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This can change everything. God damn it. He womboed. She womboed. They wombo. Womboing. Sorry. I feel like somebody had to make the SpongeBob joke of wombo. A W. Yes, this is one of those, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. We are definitely qualified to be a lawyer. I'm afraid I don't know at all. What I'm sure is that is an M. Oh, well, I think it was completely quashed. Anything else that I can examine about the blade? Am I sure I got everything about the omnibus? Wait, might be something? Oh, no, can't. Anything out of place? Well, I guess we gotta go from the. We gotta go into it. Well, I'm just making sure I got everything, okay? It's quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck. And there doesn't seem to be a handle, catch, or anything of the description. So I suppose it can't be opened from the inside of the cabin, at least. Okay, so I know I catch the blood. Make sure I got everything in here. Okay. Okay. I think we got everything covered. We'll passenger, obviously you're referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the black maker, frick. And the other passenger had a knife in his hand, like this. The other passenger, obviously you're referring to the accused, Mr. Gill. And his blood down like this. Okay. What? I object. Hey, wait, hold it! Hold it, jury number 5! I forgot his name. I think he said he was called a Bippo? So we're gonna call him Bippo real quick. So Bippo said he didn't wish to speak. He said, when I heard this plunge is when, that means he didn't see the murder. Okay, you can continue, juror number 5. Yes, juror number 5. I do take that you too. As the master of the lending of the Guild of the Coachmen, the idea of the murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly absurd to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though. I say to myself. But I have heard enough now. The horse has been bolted, as they say. No, please, just keep an open mind a little longer. Yep, now Silverblade sits finished in a sight. Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Well, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. Ugh, this is too unkind, sir. Which now means 5 jurors agreed to condemn this man. Pull up the granny. Madam Juror number 6. Yes, dear? What can I do for you? You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand. Oh yes, I have certainly have. Well, got my hearing, you know. Then, pray tell, what are you going to do? Why are you yet to pronounce your learning? You're leaning. Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit to me. I always have to go to the park runs and the day and sit at the next on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park near where I live. Milligan Park, it's called. Juror number 6, I love you. The gentleman donated to our city. With a smile on the Londoner's face. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have such an interest in him to take another man's life. He always does wonderful things for the city. That's right. A man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. Mother, maybe we go to Gilligan Public Library later and borrow some more books? How many Londoners live their heads under the clouds? Do you people not know what kind of man Mangus Guild it really is? What kind of man he is? The Philnophilus Mangus McGill has enough wealth to purchase the entire city, and he claims to value so highly. But where did all this wealth come from? Your client's the Shylock, sir. And one with the very darkest of souls. What? What? from the crones. Milligan lends money as extraordinary rates of interest that his victims have no hope of repaying. When they default, take possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak. I haven't mentioned this before. Your film's police have searched you, I'm sure, madam. So this thought has not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have to make use of a public omnibus to this service? You're not saying that. The victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, served a considerable financial liberty. Look, it will not come as a surprise that his creditor was the accused Magnus Gill. But let it be known that this very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debt. Good gracious! The brickmaker was W. He has lost his house. He had not a shiver to which to repay his debt. And in the end, this pitiful soul has the very last thing he owned taken from him. Life. By the mere slave Phanopolis. I'm just gonna Google what that is. I'm learning so much. I'm learning so much about life. A person who seeks to promote the welfare of others, especially by generous donations and good. A person who seeks to promote the welfare of others, especially by gracious donations and good to the cause. And that does. And our peak was kind of like 1840s, so. And they are having. Pretender, Magnus killed. I don't believe it.
Hold it!
If I may add something briefly, Miss Sataso. You claim that the victim has been lent money by Mr. Gallagher, but where's the evidence to support your claim? Pray forgive the obscurely fulfilling of my hollow chalice in the court of law. Aha! There it is! Lord Von Sheik's the hollow chalice. How can this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I've heard the ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it for myself. As judicial assistant to the defense, I simply am doing my job. What pity do you have that your display of courage is in vain? This is the debtor's ledger, and details that all the money loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded aside. Oh. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray to forgive the discouragement of raising my chalice and toast to the Englemnic East at the same time. I really do enjoy these games. A marvelous toast, Cancel. I will gladly accept this new evidence. The debtor's ledger has been entered into the court record. Well, you know what I must do now? Let me examine it! Ah, yes, 20 guineas. The victim owned a considerable sum. There must be something more to this. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's grantee. Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know any London Grantoy personally, is it? Apart from the great detective friend. Apart from our great detective friend. I hope that's not. Oh, I hope last episode is not the last we see of Stroms. Stroms is pretty cool. Actually, I wonder. I assure you will not find Mr. Shone's name inside. God damn it! It's like she can read me like a book. Well, let's see what we find. I'll laugh if we find Joan. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Ah, goodness! What is it? Did you find Jones? Look at this! Do you see the names here? Bruce Fairplay. Oh! That's one of the witnesses! That's the banker! Does that mean something to me? That sounds strangely familiar, actually. Bruce Fairplay, the witness is testifying at this very moment! Oh, yes, of course! The banker. Why is his name in here? Ah, he borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, their repayment day is approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but it could be very useful information. Thank you. Alright, let's continue. And the accused made quite certain that he made ample responses. Well, it would seem I have wool pull over my eyes. Regrettably, madam, this is the most adubious apprentice of the accused. And it's such a little pug, too. What a scoundrel. Still, maybe I'll go for the best. Ah! Wait a minute! Let's think about this a little more before. I don't stand for the nonsense. That's all 6 jurors. That was it. The last juror's decision. According to this encyclopedia of British law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the proceeding will deliver a final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. Huh, a final verdict. And it's over then. Oh! There's a footnote, though. A footnote. However, if the defense, all 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in the case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude that the trial is delivered by my firm of witness. I trust there are no objections. Have to save my ass, please, right now. Sato, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes? You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your encyclopedia of British law. However, the defense, what did it say next? Oh, yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation explanation at the examination of the jurors at this point. Examination?
Objection!
a summation examination? From which the centuries of the tomes have you been resurrected? Ah! Judging from their binding, I would say that the book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an acquaintance the procedure of amendment. It's a relic, long forgotten and certain no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. Oh. What is it? What isn't? What even is it, Miss Satsuko? It's still called summonation examination. A moment, and I'll read about it. You would demand the right to procedure before you even understand what it entails. Typical Nipissine. I have a name, you know. Alright, Mr. Nanodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal the members of the jury. To do what, exactly? Appeal them is to change their learning and reverse their decision. And it says here that if successful, the proceeding of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decision. Yes, in time gone by, bypasses would use a summon examination to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something formally with no practical benefit, really. So it fell rather out of use. I wonder why. Because it was devolved the purpose. What if I made it have a purpose? Changing one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense bycaster would even assert his right to try this stage and age. Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? That we would like to do one. I'm suggesting that, although it may be antithetical and largely forgotten, it still isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruto? A summonation examination, our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out? Assert our right! We have rights! The defense wishes to assert its right to a summonation examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have duty to the world to exemplify the highest standards of judicial procedure. Summonation examinations are embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
But if it's our right, it's our right, and I believe it could prove vital in this trial. The defense's position is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summonation examination. This is madness. Madness, you say. Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Yeah. Well, I'm not. There was no mention of this in the letter I received. So, all members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. This is mostly regular. No mention was made of this before. I don't recall holding this justifying the lark. It seems to have thrown the jurors off. It seems none of them experienced this before. Like you said, that book, that book of yours is like 50 years old. Alright then, summonation examination. The defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for. To turn this trial around! court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant Magnus guilty of this most serious crime. The juror's confession. There was no one else inside the carrier at the time, so it had to be him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory. For 4 passengers with far, totaling 20 pence. He's stuck in the chap next to him just like this. Amazing, I must say. Absolutely amazing. I have simply typed in and elaborated the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. You can't trust the guild. Fair far is our motto. We haven't raised prices for 4 pence of a year. The scoundrel stabbing a poor man on the floor, that beggar to believe. I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I have to do throw everything I can at them. Very persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Naruto. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh. Although I thought I was going to have to stall their icy minds with some heartwarming, erotic about the defendant. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then, they have reached their conclusions by their own reasoning. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could be a recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more unhinged they may become. What on earth am I supposed to do? Oh dear. Citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruto. Right. Sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to the procedure is using the juror's own words to make your arguments. What do you mean? Well, 6 members of the jury randomly selected members of the court. And they may appear to be present in a united front, but the truth is, they are completely strangers. They are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves in the courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. You must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if they can identify any contradiction. If we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, then we can contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. See, so it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say is what we're looking for. In a way, then, it's similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. Nope, that's not right. I have to pull this off! Can we start the proceeding, counsel? I would like to ask you to take a stand. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord. Defendant's rebuttal. There was no one else inside that carriage at the time, so it had to be him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory. His 4 passengers there was well tolerant and he struck the trap next to him like this. Blazing, I must say, absolutely blazing. I have simply typed and calculated all the sentences made thus far and drawn logical conclusions. You can't trust the guild. Our affairs, says our motto. We haven't raised our prices above 4 pence for 20 years. A scoundrel girl stabbed the poor man on the floor. Wait. So, we just need to find 2 jurors who can contradict and convince them against each other. There's something done. This is perhaps what you're just thinking. How did you know? You read me like a book, Sato-san! Well, I took the liberty of doing some research in case you happen to find yourself in just a situation. Shall I read it? Not right now. If I had to rely on advice from the start, how will I get on later? No! I need to work this out for myself now. That's perhaps what you're thinking. You know! Gosh, you read me like a book. Well, that's sort of attitude is almost admirable, Mr. Naruto. I know what I have to do. Listen to those assertions one more time. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time. There has to be him. I trust the driver. He has excellent memory. It seems 4 passengers part. Next.
Objection!
Ha! Those 2 statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, counsel, post haste. Oh, dearie me. I was only knitting a jumper from my other half. What is this captcha? What does this contradictory even mean, I ask you? We have heard from more than one witness that they all allegedly saw the actual moment the defendant was stabbed as the victim. Now, out of the curiosity, jury number 3. What? Can't you see I'm busy here? How would you say the defense stabbed the victim? Was it sort of motion like this? Ha! Want me to test me, do you? Like this. Struck the fellow next to him without even getting up. Like a pin banker, I'd say. Yes, that would be Mr. Farplay's testimony, quite true. Now then, jury number 6. Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it. Like this. He stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Don't move! Take a look at these 2 jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. Well, I never. They are stabbing a totally different direction. What? But bless my stitches, what a muddle. What this tells us is that there are strong possibilities that one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh. But why? The dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet. But what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I abide people telling lies. I can't abide people telling lies. The scales. I don't believe it. Wait! Hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, I cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer. He's using magic on all of us. I'm just a simple Japanese student who has been accused of murder twice. So, ladies and gentlemen of the court, what do you say for that? I could use magic. Do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Answer me this, Dark Jinx. I have a name. Huh? Not me? What exactly is the problem? What if the two witnesses have slightly different recollections of the event? What of it? Let's say this shock did stab the victim as he sat next to him on the omnibus. And this young lady, the young Dante, saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Shylock stabbed him again. As this old lady said. Objection! According to the posterity report, the man was only stabbed once. Stabbed once. Ha! Where do I shove the evidence in his face? Well, what do you say? What's saying it didn't happen like that? You calling Danny, sir? Why should I take this knife to you? Who are you calling old? Why should I take this needle to you? You're ready to kill each other. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime? That's the question. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman, what is it, you dark jinn? Come out with it. What are you suggesting is impossible? It's out of the question. What are you talking about, man? How could you possibly say that? May I have you cite the court records for a second here? You realize I am only doing my job. Correct, you are. You are doing your job. But I'm also doing my job. As the foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say the two witnesses are different moments of the same crime. If you say it's out of the question, show me proof. Looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Some favorable hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. Out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. Proven by? Oh, sorry, wrong button.
Take that!
Take that! This is the victim's auster. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once. Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely at one time. Which means the witness can't possibly have seen two different times. Alright. I concede defeat. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruto. You've done it. You did it. If we can manage to change two more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. Two more, actually. There's something else that's bothering me about the couple of their assertions. That's where you must strike next. I need to pit two more jurors against each other and show there's other contradictions in their assertions. Exactly. You can do it. That would be jurors 2 and 5, right? Because juror number 5 said it hasn't been over 4 pennies. So, if juror number 2 said that there was 20 of 4, that doesn't make sense because if they haven't been over 4 pennies, that means on that bus there would only been 16. They've only been made 16 pennies. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination. I'm not a lover of the rich, but I despise liars even more. Innocence is my call, at least for now. I simply kept in collaborative statements. Thus far, draw logical conclusions. You can't trust the guilt affair. Fairest trade's our motto. We haven't raised our price for 4 pennies a year.
Objection!
Those two statements are clearly contradictory to each other. Did you? Explain Explain yourself, Consul. Me? Oh dear, what have I said? I swear on the blazes name, I haven't the idea of what you're talking about. According to the group's testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus the night of the question. According to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pences in the fares. Quite right. I have the precise details typed neatly here in front of me. And jury number 5 also told us the following. The fare of the omnibus is always 4 pennies. So, if there was four passengers, that means it was only 16 pennies. That is it. A fair and convenient single price. Just the way London carriages should operate. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy of the facts. Why, men? Why? 4 passengers paying 4 pennies each. If we do the multiplication, that would be 16 pennies. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pennies, in fact, or precisely one person's fare. One person's fare. Yes! In other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible that there was another passenger we heard nothing about. Good gracious! This can't be right. The coachman of the guild, are good, honest men, all in one, trustworthy as our watch lord. The figures of your coachman claim most certainly do not add up. Your watchword is good as a balance. I beg your pardon? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if the trial was to end now, the news was surely spread all over London. But the news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he left a nefarious character ride his omnibus. Alright then, how do I make it this miserable trial doesn't end, Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire into Enid's side and set the skip. Now hold your horses, there, coachman. We're all in agreement. Why do you have to go and wait until I get my hands on you, Beppo? This is all irrelevant. Begging your pardon, sir, I'm going to do the same. We did it! We have tipped into the innocent side! For the love of Mike, not you as well! A penny can be different. It can be the difference between a smile and a tear after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exact standards for financial matters. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Wait, that means we did it! Hell yeah! Damn it! Fuck yeah! Oh, hold on, I have to do something real quicker. Sorry, I needed lights so that my camera would be good. This is great. You have done it, Mr. Naruto. We won! Not yet. We've only had the trial continue, that's all. What are you playing at, Dante fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one sees me. But we have a continuance. I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. And if the chap ever does dare to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. Please tell me he's a barber. I don't like juror number 3. I'll say that right now, guys. I do not like juror number 3. Well, in quite a remarkable turn. Thank you. But I'm probably going to be ending when this part of the trial ends. So when we get the next to be continued screen, I'm probably going to end. My voice is really sore, and I still have things to do tonight. Like, actually, I do have stuff to do tonight, so I probably will be wrapping up when this part of the trial ends. The defense summonation examination has flipped the balance of the scale of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority amount of the jury for me to elaborate. And the trial must continue. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witness to return to their places, as I call for you to continue to pursue the truth. So, Lord Von Sheik, continue your subordinate case for the prosecution, if you please. Having savored the rich omora of the carrying contents of this hollow chalice, it may seem cast to crush it to dust. Please forgive the courtesy, Lord Von Sheik. Or is it cold in here, or is it just me? As your inquisitive tone say, the prosecution may not speak during a summonation examination, so I honor the deathly silence, and I listen to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There's nothing so hard to prove as self-demonstration, it would seem. No. And why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Oh, he took off his cape. Bring forth the witnesses once more. Oh my gosh, my throat is really happening. Witnesses, I trust that you heard the summonation examination we've just had to endure. Oh yes sir, I did, sir. Of course I've heard it. Oh yes, sir, I've heard it. You sir on the end. The coachman, I believe it is Beppo? Yes, my lord, sir. If it transpires your previous testimony, you were attempting to violate the presence of a 5th passenger on your omnibus. You will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir. Me deal. Now then, the witnesses, I hereby call upon you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summonation examination. I only carried 4 passengers that night. I swear, but did you? Well, I was one of the. Well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pennies for the bus. He fiddled us on the fare, he did, and I saw that with the bullet clear in his sight as well. That's all too much. I tell you, I saw Mr. Geller stabbing that man. Everything I say before stands. Oh, yes. That happened. Yes, it did. I think so. Counsel, make sense of this for me, please? The Phantom 5th passenger occurred into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has risen the coachman's sly little confusions. Beppo, explain yourself. I am terribly sorry, kind master. The guild bears 4 pennies across the board. You know that. Am I to understand you have been overcharging our passengers by a penny of a fare? It's cold and the restaurant of the day is always half empty. You have been dishonest, coachman. Sorry. You're a disgrace, Beppo. A disgrace. You are hereby fired. And your self-actions have brought dishonor in the entire guild. If I may, sir, I had to pay a 10 pass on the bus just last week. What? 4 passengers at 5 passengers each. Yes, that's 20 passengers. I've done it Christmas 10 times already, but I just can't make the results come out any differently. No, that figures. Because it's correct. Well, it would appear that one of these aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summonation examination today. I see your intent to continue this prologue games. Absolutely. Yep. Yep. Definitely. Not scared at all. Not in the slightest. Nope. No eyes of bewilderment here. Nope. The very misgiven. I only the passengers night. I begin it.
Hold it!
So there were only 4 passengers on your carriage. Did you not charge them the standard 4 penance fare? Is that right? Wait.
Excuse me.
Mr. Foss? Oh, how could I help you, sir? That last statement, did it trouble you in some way? Oh, not particular, sir, no. If anything, he's troubling me with that hat of his. Has he greased his head? Oh, dearest sir, I hope my hat is not troubling you, sir. Am I just a fucking open book here? I'm just an apprentice, you see. Mr. Natadison? Even the witnesses can see that you're going through your mind. You really must be more careful. Wish it was that simple. How long ago this trial really made me, and that somehow we'll manage to keep our chances alive here. I can't waste this cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light. If you're not careful when you press those witnesses, the danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful as they did before. But we can't let the fear of that happening stop us from uncovering the important new information. Yes, you're right. I need to pray I need to pay careful attention here. I don't want to even flicker a reaction amongst these witnesses. Remember, if you happen to spot one of those witnesses reacting in a strange way, don't hesitate to pursue them as them to their reason.
Hold it!
Okay. Is that right? It is impossible to make it last run of the day pay. I was so cold that all I could do is stop myself from passing out. Ambulance. It was terrible. I want to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus running. Doesn't a delicate coachman deserve an extra penny per passenger? You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. If only there's been a 5th passenger on the avenue, then we would have another successful. Well, for one, I was told to pay 5 pennies for the bus.
Hold it!
Does that mean everyone on board that night paid 5 pennies instead of 4? I paid 5 pennies too as well, sir. No reaction to this. Continue, boss. And I told you that I just told you that I did. Plus there are 5 pennies across the board. Not something to be proud of. The so-called disciplinary is my learned friend identified from nothing of the sort. Much like the Phantom Killer you so desperately needed is gone. Dead and buried. Hey, last time I needed a Phantom Lady, she ended up being real. Do I know what happened to her? Fuck no. I've been happy if it has ever existed in the first place. He fiddled us on the flare, he did, and I saw that blood-clearing sight as well. All that's blood. This blood-curdling sight, you mean the murderer, I presume? Yes, sir! No, he just looks like he's just I'm not gonna pursue him right now. A loathsome sight. No one has witnessed it. The horror in the eyes of the man the moment his life was taken. Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the tent was stabbed. Good gracious! Really? We have another witness who did, however. The banker who has already testified to it. I must have to actually see the witch's point where the victim was killed. It may turn out to be very significant. I heard the bit in your chin next to me take a sharp intake of breath. See? That's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw the horrible blade poking out of his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife, I can't help screaming. When I'm eating. A poor thing. Okay, so people are not worried. I tell you, I saw Mr. Galligan stabbing that man. I saw everything I said before stands.
Hold it!
So you just saw the defendant, Mr. Galligan, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him. That's what I said, isn't it? It was bothering me before this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyways, there was only 2 of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There has been much talk of this fifth passenger, but as yet, 0 evidence. And what are we wasting all this time for, eh? Black and white, the man's guilty. Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars me. I wonder if I could work out what it was.
Hold it!
Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh, yes, that's right. You said that the victim was only on the floor and described as the assailant holding the knife in an ice grip. I suppose I might have, yes. But the cart or the horse, maybe. What is it? Well, I'm quite sure most of it. I was driving the horse when I heard the scream from the seat of the roof deck. Oh, except that was me, sir. Then I turned around. Yes, I saw it through the skylight. It's a gentleman on the floor, and the knife, and the sticking up with the midriff. That's right, yes. And the fellow behind him, and the famous man, yes. So in short, you didn't see the moment the victim was actually stabbed at all. I really thought I did.
Excuse
Excuse me. If I may, Mr. Fairplay, What are you buckling now? That last statement appears to have given you pause for a thought. Not really. By the way, you always seem to be looking at the side, one way or another. Do you have some affliction? Not really. Not really. I don't say anything. None of your business, anyhow. I need to pursue something. It seems.
Hold it!
Hold it. I thought this one was That's what I said, isn't it? It's bothering me before. It was bothering me before it was. Just for a brief moment, I hesitated before answering the question. Anyways, the answer was only two of them inside carrying, wasn't there? There's the brief on top of the confession, but yet zero evidence, blah blah blah. Okay, so I think I know what to do. Okay, so we need to go to the third statement.
Hold it!
And press and keep a very good eye on Mr. Fairplay. Not exactly, sir. I didn't actually see the exact moment the Jeff was stabbed. Oh, good gracious! Really? We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. Mr. Boston actually see the point of this. Still, it turned out to be very significant. I heard the gentleman. Excuse me! If I may, Mr. Fairplay. What are you frolicking now? That last statement appears to have given you pause for thought. Not really. By the way, okay, listen. Maybe I
Hold it!
hold it. Please hold the phone. Maybe.
Excuse me!
Mr. Foss! Oh, how can I help you, sir? That last statement. Does it trouble you in some way? Oh, no, not particularly, sir, no. What's troubling me with that heart?
Hold it! I need to carefully watch for the fair play. I feel like he's the one I need to pursue. Oh, I might have, yes. Put the card in the front, maybe? Was it? Wait. Oh, excuse me. If I may, Mr. Fairplay. What are you, fuck? Damn it.
Hold it!
Hold it!
I might have, yes. First, maybe. What is it? Well, most of it. Oh, I expect it was me, sir. So, in short, you didn't see the moment the victim was actually stabbed at all. Go it over my head. Oh, I suppose.
Struth!
Ha!
Excuse me!
Excuse me! Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now, listen to me. No, you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. You didn't really see the exact moment as the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh? Eh? Are you asking me to tell or telling you? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from his answer cleverly. But he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? Some days are like that. Well, I suppose some days are like that. Sooner or later, you see something you wish you hadn't. If you're always peeping through a skylight window in the top of an omnibus... Peeping! I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. I know what I saw. I remember as clear as a Ballarat today. It was a grim scene. I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me, I was getting a lot hot under the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about exactly what you saw. Oh, I can do that all right. I'll tell you how grim it was. Do you think that I forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after the butcher stabbed man?
Hold it!
Well, blood-soaked. Well, half soaked. He's laying a little thick, but anyways, there's definitely some blood all over him. Both of them were covered in it. And he saw it from the roof, through the skylight. Well, the skylight is reasonably large, so I had pretty good view. And there was a lamp inside the carriage as well. So I'm quite sure of what I saw. This banker's latest statement. I feel unsure there's not something quite right about it. And you feel something doesn't add up, Mr. Nonado. That's when you should go have a good look through the court record. Okay. Blah 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 blah. Court record. Take a look at the omnibus. Crooked hats. Perhaps one that Mr. Falston. He said he's only an apprentice after all. So it is a chance that he made the hat, you know? That is definitely... That's definitely right hand. The glove. And the blood of the glove. blood-soaked hands. Objection.
Objection!
Objection! Blood-soaked hands? Well, I admit that soaked might be laying on a little thick, but... Oh, I've had water, and I did grab supper between episodes, so I'm hungry enough, but my throat is sore because I know I've been streaming for like the past year and a half, pretty much. Actually, it's been a little over a year and a half. I started back in February of last year, but didn't really become a VTuber until like a month ago. But I'm still not used to like talking for so long as much, so that's what I've been drinking constantly throughout this entire stream. So don't worry, I've been keeping myself hydrated, and if people are accusing me of not hydrating, there is always the hydrate channel point reward. But anyways, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's a little more peculiar. What? Here's the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. Gallagher, and then I have the question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain here. But as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. Yeah! But, no, that can't be right. So you're the liar here then. Yeah. That's right. You're quite clear about it. You said, ha! With both hands. Grr. Mr. Fairplay, your last statement was a lie. It calls for your entire testimony into question. If you say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth? Yeah! I.
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't just justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it was both hands. It was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection!
No, Mr. Fairplay is categorically stated that he saw the victim all over both hands, which means there is a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Yeah. Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snake. Upstanding member of society. Don't retaliate. He's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case? Mr. Donato-san, if you have some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could return the tides in this trial completely. Something that shows this man's compelled reason to lie in this testimony. I have evidence! This is what I get for looking at all the evidence when it gets in the court records. My lord? Yes, counsel? The defense is ready to present evidence. By Joel, are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplane has a reason to lie in his testimony. Yeah! Very well. I hereby call the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates the motive for the witness is alleged the deception of court. I have a query on this.
Take that!
This is a list of debtors who owed money to Mr. Gallagher. Yes, a list of innocent victims, crippled by the accused extortion. The point is, among the names of these delictors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you certainly in debt financially to the accused? No, well, it's barely worthy of all the dead. According to this ledger, you owe in 2017 any, not an compensatory sum of money, would you say? Ha! Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. Gilligan were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? This document states that the loan agrees forged between two individual parties. Therefore, if the creditor, the defendant here, were to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts would be owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw? A deliverance attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant. Yeah! Order. My Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord? Let me ask you again, and be aware that your answer may have the most serious implications on your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in which the defendant is alleged to thrust the knife into the victim? Answer the question, Mr. Fairplay. Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. All right. Now let's make this a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. But it makes no difference. I distinctly remember seeing blood on Mr. Gilligan's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. So you keep saying. I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Falk. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself as it happened. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think. Yes. I am almost certain it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? It would appear that we are going to need further testimony from all witnesses. This time, I would like to know the precise what you did and did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yeah. So not at all. This is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly, at least. Yes. Might finally have a chance to turn things around here. Honestly, guys, I'm so sorry, but I think I'm gonna have to stop it here. My voice is absolutely killing me. So we're gonna have to figure out what the witnesses really saw next time. So I already did save. Okay. So this is where we're gonna wrap up. So thank you for all for joining me today with more of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. So we finally made it to England, so that's great and all. So my voice is killing me. Next time I'm gonna be streaming this. I don't know. I do work 10 hours. So maybe if I'm feeling, depending if I have to work Saturday or not, I might end up doing a bonus stream to finish this. Yeah. I might do a bonus stream to just finish up this chapter. This episode. So I, like I said, my voice really hurts, and I would love to continue, but I can't. Okay. I really need to make sure I'm better prepared for, like, you know, long streams like this. I know I did my 12-hour stream a while ago, but the thing is with those too is, like, I'm not always just playing a visual novel like this. In fact, I'm probably not going to be playing any visual novels during Actual Life this year. I have a short list of games. I have a list of games that here I intend to, like, I'm like, I could play, but I'll see what I can do with scheduling. So I'll read them off here now, and none of them are going to really be great no visual novels. So we have Pokemon Shield, Dynamic Adventures in Pokemon Shield, Tower Fantasies, Aura Kingdom, Art Karaoke, Ultimate Chicken Horse, maybe with the crew, Ultimate Smash Bros, Mario Kart Deluxe, Be Funny Now, EverQuest 2, Versal Cleanup Detail, Minecraft, Danganronpa F development plans, and Fall Guys. So those are just some ideas I had searching around. So, for now, but fortunately that's kind of like all we have. I'm sorry for that also me, so I'm gonna quickly add our media source of music for now, because it's just I don't want you guys to have no music while I go find someone. As I go find someone to rate, and I think I know who that someone is going to be, so if he's still alive, that is for sure we are going after. Yeah, and I definitely am having I'm having so much fun with the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, and I can't see myself not finishing this game up. So, and it's back to the live. So we are going to go raid Jedi. So here's our raid message. So make sure to copy and paste that.